My name is I. Dum dum.
Hello.
I'm a graphic card.
Hey.
You're a graphic card?
Yep.
Alright. Feels out of
Yeah,
context.
Does that mean you're hiding in my PC?
Yep. Just like Bitcoin, you have to break your GPU to find them. It's like opening a Kinder egg.
Shit.
What's
Mickey's an AI
inside?
hiding
It's a
it.
very
Mickey.
expensive
That's a
Kinder
Mickey.
egg.
There's like a 1 in 1,000 for Bitcoin and 1 in 10,000 for a Mickey. You gotta just snap it open and see what
Wait,
happens.
are we saying that Miki is hiding inside a Kinder egg?
It's not
No,
even.
I'm like a Kinder egg. I'm black on the outside and white on the inside.
That is how Kinder eggs are.
Hmm.
Are you like reversed? Are you...
This is losing the plot.
Yeah. Wait, where is it going?
Yeah. So, who's DMing today? Oren?
Have you looked in the mirror?
Oh, I don't know mirrors. That's too mainstream.
I mean, mine just keep breaking when I look into them.
Oh,
Have you tried walking into a church? Just curious.
I quite literally live right next to one.
Have you walked into it?
Again,
I
that's
can't.
I haven't felt the necessity,
Oh, no.
you know?
Oh no, I have a feeling it's gonna catch fire.
this Oren is on fire. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, da. So, are we playing some D&D today?
Hell yeah!
All right then. I
well,
mean-
if we have to, I mean...
What
Yeah,
the fuck,
yeah.
guys?
Yeah, you know. And last session kind of ended in a weird way because I was doing the description of your newly arrived destination, and Discord decided to take a crap on the quality. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah. So that was a good time. So everybody is definitely certain of what's lying ahead of them right now. Well prepared for what's to come. You have discussed strategies about the fight that I described right before we ended, and
Huh?
What?
No? I guess we'll just roll back like a few hours then.
Please repeat yourself again.
So you're starting in Eastward Citadel, you're level 2, and
That's too far
Okay.
back.
that's
And
the
my
fun.
name is Shador.
And yeah, your name is Sidor now. You're playing a monk, way of the four-headed hands, and you're scrubbing Beer's back at the moment. In a very sensual, masculine way, of course.
Hell yeah.
Mm-mm. So, a quick recap of what happened last time, in case all us senile old people have forgotten. Right. So last time we started off the session with you guys trying to resolve the situation of one Beer in his slightly disformed situation, and Paluna, who decided to knock himself unconscious, clearly with the intent to do so. And after some clever tricks of speaking the tongue of the primordial and even killing their former teammates and extracting whatever was within them, they managed to resolve the situation in the best seeming way possible. Beer and Small Beer decided that it was time for them to return home to Darkmon, where they could build a brewery together. Meanwhile, Valentina, Reginald, and Paluna still had a mission ahead of them to see what was going on in Breakpoint, with the Tears Crusaders marching in that direction. Making your best efforts at trying to catch up, you eventually caught tracks of abandoned campsites and footsteps of marching soldiers. Being very perceptive for your surroundings, you looked out for scouts that seemed to be leaving trails in various directions, following the main trail leading towards what turned out to be a breakpoint in the end. Almost reaching your destination, you came upon the main campsite of Tears Crusaders, where they were slowly gathering forces, training for what's to come in the future. debating whether or not you should take your chances at sabotaging or stealing, or even just inquire about information about what was lying ahead of them. You decided to sneak around the camp. Doing so, you encountered a patrol, and for the first time on this adventure, Lord Reginald managed to take advantage of his stature, his name, his reputation of his family, and managed to persuade his way out of a situation that could easily have gone sour in that moment. Thankfully, he had the help of Paluna, who became a humble servant in that very moment and really solved the situation. Making your way further beyond the camp, having finally decided not to do anything about it, you made your way in what seemed to be the right direction. There was some discussion about how a mountain should look like if you look at it from the right side, of the northern side, or the southern side. And ultimately came to the conclusion that Valentina definitely spotted a mountain that she recognized. Following that trail, you encountered a scout in a hurry, running in the opposite direction of you. And in a clever move, Paluna managed to tackle the guy, and before we getting the chance to decide if they should strangle, mutilate, stab, wound, or torture this person, Lord Reginald once again stepped into character and used persuasive methods to inquire about news of what's lying ahead. The scout revealed that while they were aware of Breakpoint's position, they weren't aware of the seemingly vast population of creatures residing outside of Breakpoint. Having to confirm this with your own eyes, you kept walking in the direction of where you presumed Breakpoint to be. And what met your eyes as you came over the hill and watched in the direction of what revealed to be Breakpoint? You saw a vast, expanding, seemingly ocean of rough-shaped houses and huts and makeshift homes made out of driftwood, collected rocks, fallen timber, any kind of crude leather that could be used as roofing or as isolation, seeming expanding far and beyond, only to be broken by a vast city wall, cutting itself off from the outskirts of whatever this population might be. Within those city walls, a Gothic architecture rose above, of rooftops and structures of various kinds, only surmounted by the massive castle with spires looming over the entire city. This scenario, or the scenery, was only disturbed by the constant rushing water in the background of the ever-expanding ocean behind it, with waves tiding high above, making it near impossible for any sailor to approach without having the proper experience. Within this vast outskirts of roughed makeshift huts, you spot constant moving shapes and figures moving about, seemingly never standing still, making this illusion of waves matching what is happening in the background, of people moving about, with purpose or without, gathering in groups, only to split apart moments later. And that's where we left off, with you guys spectating this view. It's early in the night. Dark clouds are looming above you, seemingly standing still, locked in place in the night sky, only slightly penetrated by moonlight. You're home, Valentina. This is Breakpoint.
We made it.
This is
Wow.
Breakpoint?
Well,
Is that a roof made of leather?
this
Hold on.
just the outskirts. That is Breakpoint. And I point ahead to where you can see the walls. Or the bit more like towards the castle in the center.
Maybe this is a bit from an outside perspective, but saying that is Breakpoint is like saying the harbor is Darkmont.
What? Tilt
I
my
mean-
head.
Darkmont was, Big city, a lot of disaster. The harbor was the only pretty part, but that doesn't really change that the rest of the city existed too.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. This is the Dhampir district.
It is
So-
quite a bit bigger than that other part.
And a lot more downtrodden
Yes.
than I expected.
Yeah, well, I didn't live out here, of course.
Before we go in, are we safe to go with you? Or are we going to get turned into some of those slaves you were talking about? Are they welcome to outsiders? That's what I'm asking.
Mm,
You're not really making me feel comfortable here, Valentina.
listen, I'm sure as long as you're with me, it's okay. Do I recall
actually
seeing
pretty
any
funny.
outsiders other than people who are brought in for blood?
Where you normally wander is barely outside the city walls where you meet your familiar friends. You only know that there is one main road leading in and out of the main city, and that road is barely intersected by any house or structures. It seems to be intentionally kept open for wanderers to enter the city, but you rarely see any wanderers get to the wall.
I mean, we could do the gig we did before, except instead of being your servant, Lord Reginald, I could just, pretend to be quote-unquote Valentina's slave. And you could be an affluent companion picked up during the far travels in the world.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. As long as we're out here anyway, we won't have any issues. Maybe when we get into the Empire District, we'll
Just
see.
make sure to not mention where I am from. That should probably be something we shouldn't do.
Good idea.
All right. I'll trust in you for now.
Can I see anybody who looks appropriately slavish clothing nearby? If I look out on the round.
You're still a few hundred meters away from the outskirts of the city.
That hasn't stopped me before.
No, are you using your helmet of farsight to get a better view? Yeah, I imagine so. So enhancing in on the visuals and these seemingly waves of humanoid creatures walking about. As you get a better view on them, please roll a perception check for me. That's definitely an enhance, I would dare saying.
We're starting off today good.
The first thing that immediately strikes you is that the cascade of human creatures walking about mainly consists of dwarves, humans, and elves, or a mix of the races. Those are the three main races walking about, and they all seem to be wearing tattered clothing. None seem to adorn anything that is new in any sense, very much matching the houses or the small makeshift huts about them. The streets in between are extremely narrow, barely making able for two people to pass each other as they walk by, and sometimes you have to duck under like logs that have been splayed across two huts to try and make some kind of hindrance or obstacle in some way. And a few times you can swear you catch a glimpse of bright red eyes from creatures moving erratically about, not seeming to walk with purpose, more so just looking, jittering about, and some snarling showing their fangs as they get into confrontation with other people. Doesn't give off the instantaneous feeling of welcome.
I relay this information, and I also ask Tina, I see dwarves, elves, and humans down there. Is this common to be such a wide variety of races here? I thought you said it was vampires and Dhampir.
Well, Dhampir could be anyone, you know, slaves who have come here and got turned.
Well, then how do I know if someone's a Dhampir? Like, any telltale signs? Anything to know? Look out for?
Well, everyone who's a Dhampir will probably be out here. You don't see them much inside of the more structured city.
Yes, but
well, they just
what like
look poor and hungry and not, you know,
now you've just described the orphans of most cities, Valentina. That's not gonna cut it.
Well, come on. Do you not can you not see a difference between me and those people?
Well, yes, I can see a difference between you and those because you are dressed in decent clothing, have a good posture, and actually, carry yourself. Most of those just look depressed, poor, and orphaned.
Yes, exactly. So that's how you know.
I don't think that's adequate to describe your race, though. Reginald, back me up on this.
I'm staying out of this one.
Well, vampires like me will be well dressed and hold themselves in a good posture and high standing.
So, in other words, we're here to watch for anyone with a mountainous ego and massive attitude as a vampire, and the rest are most likely Dhampir. Is that what I'm getting at?
I suppose, yes. But I would be maybe kind of careful around the Dhampirs because a lot of them are hungry. And if they get the scent of fresh blood wandering in, they might attack out of hunger.
How good are you at smelling that we're alive? Can you smell the difference between a Dhampir and a person?
No?
Okay, I have an idea. And my robes fade, they become tattered, while tactfully keeping my arsenal of various doodad knickknacks and weapons hidden in the fold. It starts to look a lot more like someone who's downtrodden. Like I said, I will play a servant or slave to you here, Valentina, and you'll have to guide us through, and I will be walking at the back of the group. But if anybody tries to drink my blood, the violence is instant.
I don't think they'll try anything if they see me, hopefully. But
Paloma
okay,
sort of
best to be
hunches
safe.
over and gets a little. Yeah.
Well, you know the customs more than we do, Valentina. How would a vampire normally deal with a Dhampir?
They just ignore them.
Then that's what we shall do then.
Right. So what's our goal? I do have a Dhampir friend who lives in this district. Or should we just make our way in? Can I spot any... Is there any signs of the Paladins of Tyr? And are they close by here? Is there any tents or anything?
Well, we just passed a scouting party. So I don't expect they'll be here still. I mean, we can check the area if you want.
Let's go to see my friend and ask him if he's seen anything. And then we'll make our way into the city.
Alright. Lead the way.
Alright. I look around and try to get my bearings and remember the path to where Mikhail lives.
Alright, so you begin navigating your way towards the entry of this path that should lead directly to the main gate from the outskirts of the city. And as you get closer to reaching that starting point of the road, you get closer and closer to the structures, and within you definitely see heads turning towards your general direction. Many of these red glowing eyes staring in your way, some just out of curiosity and others with more intent in their eyes, looking. Some, Paluna, of your passive perception, you definitely see some begin to walk amongst them, looking in your direction, trying to make their way through these crowded streets.
Valentina, we're being followed.
Just ignore them.
I'll stay in the back of the group, following Valentina's lead.
I'm just not looking over at them and just having my kind of gaze forward to where I'm going.
You reach the starting point of this road leading into the city, and the moment you step foot on it, several creatures on both sides of the road along the makeshift houses. Some crawl on top of the house and get down on all four, looking your way, almost in a pouncing position, looking. And if they were a cat, they would be wiggling their butt in this moment, but looking, tracing, but seemingly still keeping a distance from you. You make it a few hundred meters down, and notably for you, Paluna, you see many of these creatures act in a great variety of ways. Some are looking, tracing you with intent and curiosity. Others are seemingly in a trance, looking up into the sky and barely moving, slightly just swaying from side to side, while others seem to be having civil conversations about people. They are trading goods back and forth, not exactly high quality produce or anything, but some lumps of meat here and there, or a piece of leather handed or exchanged hands. No traces of gold being given back and forth. It all seems to be material goods in some way. At some point, you could swear you can see some person holding a rock up and arguing that might be something useful for that person, and the other person is weighing the option. No kids about. All seems to be either late teens or very old in this group of Dhampirs that are tracing or dealing with their own business in the background. But no one seems to be coming at you or rushing at you. About 50 or 60 meters away from the gate, Valentina begins to divert from the main path, leading into a small side alley where she stops in front of a small makeshift house that seems to be a tiny bit nicer than the surrounding houses. There's a door that is slightly unhinged, leaning a bit to the side but still functional, and outside there are pots and pans that seem to have been left out. Slightly makeshift kitchen with a small campfire, which seems to be irresponsible to make in these narrow streets, but somehow has been left untouched. And there's a small light flickering inside. You can see through the cracks of the house. This is the place where Mikael usually lives.
I walk up to the door and knock on it.
A moment. You hear some clattering, some pushing of things, and hush whispers going on inside. And after 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so, the door opens. You see a half a face looking through a barely open door. Oh, Valentina?
Mikael! What's
Are
going
you
on?
the one who spoke in my head, or was I hearing voices at some point?
Yes, it was me.
That's such relief. Okay.
I hope it didn't scare you.
As much as, compared to the surroundings, but still, it's not every day you hear the voice of a friend who has supposedly left who are your friends? Are they?
These are my
Your
companions that I'm traveling with.
Well, you haven't traveled far, have you? Considering you're here. Are they they like
Hello.
you?
No,
Oh, hi.
they're not.
Oh, like me?
No. Keep it quiet, please. Don't let anyone know.
That elf looks kinda...
I just put my hand in, start walking inside, and sort of wait for everyone to come in without saying a word.
Okay. You see Mikael taking a bit back by this. I have a guest. No, okay, you get okay. As you walk in, you enter a small space of about 10 by 10 feet, like 9 square meters. Not very big, but seems fairly well kept inside, despite it being open ground and not a wooden floor. There's a few makeshift chairs with crude leather stretch over it. And in the corner, you see 2 fairly young-looking entities, a dwarven-looking person and a human-looking person, seemingly wearing a bit on the nicer but not entirely worn-down clothes yet. They are new, and I managed to get them with me before someone else.
Did they just arrive?
Well, that depends on your definition of just arriving. Supposedly they have been drained for a few weeks, but they...
I see.
They don't seem to be showing signs of changing quite yet, but I'm keeping an eye out. I'm trying to give them a fighting chance. So make yourself comfortable.
I'm sorry for barging in.
Just a brief description of Mikael. Mikael is a human-looking figure wearing somewhat ragged clothing, but it seems to have been washed, but some spots are just immensely darker than others. Could be traces of blood from a brawl or feeding time. It's hard to tell. He has short brown hair and has very wrinkly skin, not from age, but more so you would get from stress or having seen some shit that you're not used to seeing, just like a soldier returning home from war, kind of signs of aging. So what can I do for can I do something for what are you doing here?
Well, you know how I told you about the Paladins of Tyr attacking?
I mean, we are still here, so no one has attacked yet, I think.
Well, that was what I was curious about. You mentioned seeing some of them?
I mean, there have been sightings of people coming close to the village, and it's easy to tell because all the feral ones are kind of tracing them, spotting them.
Right.
And then they keep murmuring about their appearance. From what I've heard, there's been like 10 sightings of these, and they seem to come in at frequent intervals over the past few days.
They're really close.
How? Like, yeah, I mean, the scouts, they come close to the district, but how many are there? Are we like actually in trouble, or?
How many did we assume there was after seeing their camps?
It's hard to tell. It was about 5,000 to 10,000 soldiers.
There's thousands. And have anyone heard anything from the vampires or the Arkham lineage? Has any information been delayed to the Dhampirs?
Oh, no. If anything, and that's only from me living closer to the wall, I noticed that during daytime especially, there are more patrols than usual. I mean, there are usually more patrols during the day because of the feral nature of the Dhampirs, but the difference seems to be more, and it's very, very rare that I've seen more vampires assigned to guard duty. That's a rough duty to be So it is true. They're actually close.
Yes.
Mikael is looking over at Reginald and Paluna. I mean, it's not like I don't trust Valentina, but can you guys affirm?
Oh yes, there are thousands of them. We just
And it will be an
barely
invasion.
managed to sneak by.
Well, that's. I mean,
Not good. No.
A few thousands. Are they well-equipped soldiers? Because you have many Dampiers, and the feral ones, which will definitely be the ones to encounter them first. I mean, I don't mind if we sacrifice a few of those people to make this area a bit nicer, but
They are very well equipped.
And they come with the belief that they are all that is holy. You face an army of clerics and paladins.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not looking good. That's why I've come with my companions, and I'll go and talk to the vampires and see what we can do.
so you are single-handedly gonna rally the vampires to stand up against a force that might eradicate their biggest problem, being us, the Dampiers.
Well, there's one problem for the vampires with that line of logic. The paladins at Tyr are not here for you. They're here for them.
They're here for the vampires, but not us.
They've got this funny idea that anything that probably drinks in lifeblood, vampire or Dampier, is to be eradicated, a blight upon this world, and all of it must die. They're not here to selectively prune. If they had it their way, this place is an ashtray within a week.
I mean, I had a time where I had that kind of thought, but many of us, well, some of us are still us after being sold and survived the tribulations. But
these are men that have believed they've found the voice of God, that they've heard his divine commandment, and that you're unjust. They're not gonna care. You could be just as moral, well, even more morally aligned and acceptable than they are. They will still kill you.
So, what do you propose we do? You go talk to the vampires and try to rally them, do something, and
Yes.
then supposedly these righteous people will just
We have to fight back.
give up. Oh, you want to fight? You want to? Are we how? You know the Dampiers and vampires are not exactly best of friends.
I know.
What are we gonna do if they just decide to stand behind the walls and wait for us to get slaughtered out here? What?
Isn't that simple? They don't really... Unless the vampires are far more powerful than we at all can see from here. If they sit behind their walls and wait for all of you to get slaughtered, what are the odds that they've cut themselves off from escape by the time you're all dead? They'll lose too.
The way the city structures is highly in their favor of making an escape. There are not many vampires. They all well equipped. Most vampires are of high status and well learned and have had many years to master their arts. I haven't met many elves, but elves live for a long time, and surely you must know that those that have lived the longest are scary entities for normal people like, for
Being a
humans.
long-lived elf has taught me the opposite. Age is an illusion. It's some kind of idea we use to prescribe experience and the capability to survive hardships. Oftentimes, it just means you've stayed more out of fights and hardships. It's not how long you've lived, it's the hardest things you've survived through. Just because they were fortunate enough to make it to 400 doesn't mean that they've found a hard life.
By that logic, the Dhampir should be vastly more powerful.
Right. Well, I would like to talk to them and see if I can convince them to do something. I know they're stubborn and set in their ways, but it's worth a shot. And maybe...
I did question some Dhampirs when I first got your message and asked them if what hypothetically they would do if we were under siege, and most just agreed to let it happen. Many have lost their will to go on, and well, you came here. You know the district.
Yes.
This is not living for most people.
Surely they'll fight back when it's their life at stake.
Or go on with one last spark before it ends.
Right.
It is.
I must ask out of curiosity, because it feels like there's a motivation thing here. What is living to you guys?
Well, most Dhampirs, we need sustenance, blood. And unlike the vampires, we are not rationed. So we have to get it where we can. When they throw out and he looks over to the young people next to him standing in the corner. When they throw out what they consider scrap, most Dhampirs rush, try to get just a piece. If you go for too long without feeding, we lose ourselves in feral ways. Once we hit the edge, we lose our senses and we lose our personality. We become shadows of ourselves, and the sun hurts, and some seem to embrace it and vanish. So living to us is the rations we get or can scrape by from day to day. We don't know what living is anymore. We just survive.
That's gonna be a problem. Oh, I give a meaningful look to Reginald. So what we have here is an inner city of haughty aristocrats, probably. A people starved for anything, willing to do a lot to get a taste of life, I assume. Is that correct, Mr. McHale?
Yes.
And someone just walked up here with an army of 5,000 to 10,000 full-blooded people.
Yes. If that's the reality of the numbers, this could be a massacre either way. If they win and they fail to take the vampires with them, then the vampires stand stronger than ever, no longer burdened by us. If we win, the Dhampirs have renewed energy, renewed life vitality, and may cause an uprising, and the vampires lose. And if the Crusaders take all, well, then they take all.
How much do you guys know about wolves and rabbits?
I've eaten quite a few.
They taste quite good, yes.
You see, it's a weird thing, but as it turns out in most forests, when there's a lot of rabbits and a few wolves, you'll see that over coming next half a decade or so, the population of wolves will rise and expand and the amount of rabbits will shrink. Eventually, when there's too many wolves and not enough rabbits, it turns around. The wolves get desperate, eventually die out. Natural balance of sorts. With people and predators, where there's predator and prey, this is always the case. I will not lie, I think Dhampirs and vampires are, not by choice, but by nature, bound to be predators. What happens if you guys win and decide that this city is no longer enough for you?
Many dream of leaving this place to find housing like we had before we became this. But we can't leave the outskirts in fear of not knowing how long we can go without feeding. There's no guarantee for us out there. If we can gain sustenance, if those who wish to be more, manage to feed on an entire army and leave, knowing that they can travel for weeks, for months, without failing to be them anymore. I dare not say what might happen.
Luna leans back up against the wall. I believe everything that needs to be said about the trickiness of the situation has been said.
Yes. Quite agree.
Oh yes. What are we doing about it, though?
Should we do anything about it?
It seems like too big of a task if you lay it all out like this.
Does it seem like the other Dhampirs are aware of these scouts? Are people talking about it?
Only what I mentioned before, the ferals and the borderline ferals that are moving about in the outskirts have laid eyes upon, but never given chase. The ones closer to the wall feel uncertainty yet safety of the walls. But from the numbers that you speak of, that might just be a false hope.
Yes. I'm afraid they will be able to reach the walls, going through Dhampirs, maybe losing some lives of their own, but they seem pretty set on their mission.
Is there something you guys can do to stall, to persuade them not to? It's a loose situation no matter what happens.
I look pleadingly over at Reginald.
What do you want me to do? I have no power.
Do you think we could convince them to turn around? Probably not. Do you think?
I could ask, but I'm pretty sure they won't listen to me.
Right.
I think we need, if we were to make an impact, we need more information. Probably do need to visit the upper crust of the city, so to speak.
Yes.
But
We should at least inform them and see if they have any plan, and maybe persuade them not to hold out behind the city walls and try to maybe negotiate some sort of peace with the Paladins of Tyr. I don't know.
I suppose it's worth a try.
Maybe if they, promise not to, make any more new slaves or something like that, then, they won't attack, or maybe something like that,
how is a Dhampir made? Is it
It's from being bitten multiple times, as far as I'm aware. It takes a while, from what I know, before they get turned.
What Valentina said, from being here, living amongst people on the verge of losing themselves, it starts out as a fever over time, and the process from being drained within the city walls doesn't seem to affect them nearly as much as when they are ravaged upon by others, and some don't even survive that when they are thrown out as scrap. For people stuff like this, it's hard to hold back, knowing when to stop to keep a nearly limitless supply of blood alive. Many succumb before the transformation happens. It's like a fever, like a cold. It starts off as nothing, and one day you will close your eyes for the last time as a human, and the next day you're dead, but living at the same time. That seems to be the most notable difference between vampires and vampires. We cease to live. We lose ourselves completely, stop aging, stop having basic needs of nutrition. As long as we get blood, we survive. But vampires, and he looks over at Valentina with slight jealousy in his glaze. They seem to maintain their humanity, their breathing, their heart beating.
Yes. It's not fair.
It's those of us who have lived for quite some time under these circumstances ponder every time why some are vampires and some, or majority, aren't. But I guess some of us hope for a change. Not having to live under these crude circumstances, and with the constant reminder that one day, if we don't feed, we lose ourselves completely. Just become a empty carcass wandering about.
Forgive me, maybe it's a stupid question, but why has no one ever tried to just leave this place and go somewhere else?
That brings us back to the previous mention of the opportunity that the paladins or crusaders or what they are might provide for these vampires. We have no idea how far civilization is from where we currently are. Imagine thousands walking, looking for a new place to settle or to, in some cases, overtake. If we have to wander for too long without the guarantee of any feed, we will succumb to, first and foremost, the sun. Secondly,
yes.
ourselves.
How long can one go without feeding?
Some seem to lose themselves within weeks. None has made it beyond 4. It's usually on the 3rd week that we lose ourselves and decide to walk into the sun with purpose.
I see.
The first time you witness it is a beautiful thing, honestly. You're reminded that there is one less threat around you. But every time after that, it's a reminder of what your future might be like. So no one dares leave this place. At least around here, we can scavenge what they throw from the city walls. We can hunt the nearby creatures that wanders and gets too close in the woods. And the occasional straggler who are not strong enough to fend off the ravenous ferals. It's not safety, it's not a guarantee, but it is the closest we get to that.
Should we try to head to the inner walls, inner city?
Yes. Thank you, Mikhail. If you can tell anyone you meet about the coming threat, just warn as many people. They deserve to know what's coming. I'll see what I can do.
I'll try, Valentina.
Thank you.
Before you go, and he grabs your arm. I know this is greedy of me, but have you any spare rations?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Valentina.
Through my bag and I will give him I'll give him 3 bottles of blood and 5 rations.
Well, thank you. And he clutches the 3 bottles closed in the bag of rations. That'll guarantee some for some of us for a bit. Thank you. You've always been kind to us, even though we stand so far from each other in life or death or
Of course, don't worry about it.
Good luck, and don't forget us.
Stay safe, and I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. He walks over to the 2 young folks and begins to snap some rations off and slowly begin to pour some liquid.
I'll walk out.
Yep.
I assume Reginald can do that for us?
Yeah. As we walk out, I say, well, that was depressing. Jesus.
Yeah, it's not exactly cheery.
I mean, I understand living in a place like this, but oh dear.
I thought Darkmoon really was the bottom of the barrel in terms of how bad things could get, but that was just violently depressive. This is somber and melancholically depressive. Honestly, I thought I'd seen it all in that kind of direction, but no, I hadn't.
It is a very unfortunate situation with the Dampiers.
Well, this can't be an accident. Right?
No. What do you mean?
This many? Everywhere?
Well,
it's as far as the eye could see.
You know, vampires live for a very long time.
I hate to draw the parallels here, Valentina, but I'm pretty sure that the nobles of Eastwatch could take lessons in being evil from what's going on here. This is systematic destruction of people. There's something here. There's gears spinning, wheels turning, that churns nothing out but the hollowed.
I kind of have to agree.
Well, if I could change it, I would.
what would it be needed to change this? Valentine?
We're not
do
gonna
you
find
think?
that answer out here, are we? We need to go in there
Yeah.
at the heart.
Yes.
But as things stand, I cannot blame the Paladins of Tyr for invading this. Their goals are
That's
misguided.
exactly what
their
I was
principles
thinking.
wrong.
What do
But-
you mean? It's the Dampiers didn't choose to live like this or to be like this?
No, and I point to the Castle vampires. They chose to make them live like this. Even in their selfish quest for survival, they couldn't even put down what they were feeding off.
At what point is it more merciful to, just relieve these
normal-
people from their miseries than to let them live like this? Don't think
It's
this
normal
is...
in nature if you find something crippled, a horse that's broke a leg that can no longer be repaired, a dog that can no longer do its thing and suffers. As elves, we will put it down.
They
Its
are
life is just
not-
suffering.
Well, yes, they are suffering, but they wouldn't necessarily have to if they could just get a chance somewhere else. I was like them for a little while, remember? I wouldn't want to be put down just because I had some issues.
The fault is not theirs. Do not get me wrong. The fault, or whatever is causing this, lies within the heart of the Citadel. If anything rubs me the wrong way, it is that there's suspicion of something truly evil going on.
Well, I do actually have a theory, but I don't really want to talk about it out here in the open.
Very well.
So let's try to get in the vault, shall we?
Oh, and Reginald?
Yes.
I hope you have the bug out option ready. Like, if we need to run properly and fast.
Do you
Oops,
mean?
silly Paluna. This is my home. I live there.
You know,
What option?
you might live there, but this place, it's setting off all my senses of extremely lethal. It's like walking into a hostile thieves den.
Listen, most vampires that I know, they're not evil. They're just living in ignorant bliss.
Doesn't change the fact that this place has got me riled up. Something's off.
I think you might be right about that. Alright, let's go. I start finding my way to the main path leading up to the city walls.
Easy enough to do. Most notably, as you walk back on the path, is that unlike when you walked along the outskirts and towards the walls, there are not nearly as many vampires or eyes upon you. Some seem to just take glances at you and then go on about with the day, as if the closer you get to the wall, the more civilized people remain. And as you get to the entry to the castle, or not the castle, the vampire district, you finally stand before massive, dark marble walls extending high above you. A massive iron gate that is currently lowered bars your way from entry, and on the underside stands two guards in dark metallic armor that doesn't give off any sheen of any kind, layered with leather underneath and a full metal helmet that completely covers the face. Nothing signifying any symbols or any features of the person underneath, leaving them in complete anonymity as they do their duty. Gunn approaches and turns around, looking, inspecting you three. One nods, looking at Valentina, looks over at another, waves his hand, and the gate begins to open. Leaving the entryway open, and the moment the gate opens, you begin to hear a noise behind you, several noises. And then the vanish again.
Can I manage to find out where the noises come from?
Make a perception check for me as you turn around looking for the noise.
Oh my god, the variance!
Holy moly!
We are going from one end of the spectrum to the other.
You turn around and there's too much movement going on between all the buildings for you to catch a glimpse of what caused this noise approaching you. Your best guess is some straggler wandered by at the same time as the gate opened.
Is it a noise I was familiar with or no?
Make an insight check for me.
Alright.
Your best guess in this moment would be that the dampiers around these areas are used to that only two things happen when the gate opens: feeding time or guests.
I proceed to walk through the gate.
I'll quickly follow.
I follow.
The moment you step inside, the gate begins to lower again. As you walk past these thick, for the first time you can see that they're about 1 meter wide, these metal or dark marble walls, and as you get past the edge of the marble wall, there's another layer of marble that leads a staircase up to stand on top of the wall. You don't see many guards around. You see those two that stood at the castle gate, and then just a few, very hard to see, but for Paluna's passive perception, you catch the outline of some barely traceable figure wandering back and forth as if they melt into the background of the dark sky behind them. It is hard to keep count on how many of these figures you see, but where you barely see the outline, you can estimate that there might be in total 4 guards on the city wall in this very moment. And for the first time, as you look around on the inside, it's a stark contrast of the outside. You see these Gothic, well-made architectured houses with open gardens leading out to the main street, which is nicely paved, making straight and well-shaped ways throughout the city, as far as you can see in this very moment, leading up to the very castle that has another wall encircling it, but not as a defensive wall, more so you walk by a nice neighborhood and you just see this massive decorated marble wall with a gateway that opens seeming easily, with 2 guards stationed in front of them, welcoming people that seem to be approaching. Not many approaches at a time, but once in a while you will catch a figure walk up and then fade inside, as if the gate doesn't open, just seem to fade onto the other side of the gate. All these houses, it's hard to tell which are houses of service, houses of shops, or houses of just privately owned people. The varying sizes from what could be a normal 2 people small house home to a mansion, not standing far in contrast with the massive castle in the middle of the city. Busy streets, many people wearing similar Gothic style outfits, male elven figures and male human figures wandering about, having casual conversations with a partner under their arm, sipping from bottles of their own that very much resemble some of the bottles you've seen Valentina pull out herself, having casual conversations, laughing as if wandering about, seemingly without purpose, but at the same time tending to their own private business at the same time. You're within the Vampire District and the scene is yours.
That is quite the change from outside.
Feels strange to be home.
Do you recognize any of these people?
I look around. Do I recognize anyone?
Considering the small population of vampires within the city walls and it all being so tightly knitted and people belonging to where they belong to, with your background knowledge of the place, You don't recognize them all by name, but they're people you have passed during the years you have lived here and nodded in a friendly gesture and then move on. And you met them during your encounters on the inn or the supply ration location. You've stumbled upon a few of these people, and you recognize that you could probably greet some of them and get a greeting back, but not have any like intimate reunion with them.
I'm familiar with them. No one I know too well.
Did you have any family here?
No, I wasn't a part of a family. Kind of like embarrassed about it.
Oh, I mean, not all families are good, so don't worry about it.
Well, most vampire families are pretty good. But,
You sure?
well, no. But vampire families aren't like your normal human family, you know, it's kind of more of a group that assembles together and forms a family. But it's
Okay.
it's hard to become accepted into one.
I see.
It's honestly kind of idealistic when you put it like that.
So, what should we do first? I mean, I think we would have to speak with the Arkham lineage, and I point towards the big castle in the center ahead of us. But it's not so easy gaining access.
I mean, why ask for access when sneaking will do just fine?
Do you want to get us killed?
Might not be a great idea. Why
Yeah,
don't we try to see if we can gain an audience with them?
That sounds a lot better, I think. No, just
You know, I find it
tell
quite
them why
ironic,
we're here.
Valentina. But this is the most, like, civilly polite I've ever seen you. Usually you just skip the queue and go right in.
Well, this vampires we're talking about here, it's a little different.
Why? Why is it different?
Because they're real. I mean,
Yeah, go on.
just crumbles over her words little.
They are real? What?
Well, I
think,
guess I never
Valentina,
really
you-
thought about it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a fair explanation from you.
Well, I just... To be honest, when I left, I never thought about human society as anything of importance. But I don't feel that way now.
There's a whole long, large commentary about societies in here. I'm not having it. We're not doing this. We're getting things done. Right. Why don't you have a house, right? A place you used to live. Why don't we stop there first and get somewhere private to talk? Not in the middle of an
Alright.
open street.
Yes, let's do that.
Wait.
Can I make my way to where I used to live?
The place you used to live was the inn, because you didn't belong to a family.
Alright. So I'll make my way to the inn.
All right. You're walking through the streets, and rarely inside the streets you catch any glances of any of these dark-cladded armor guards. They only seem to be stationed at the castle and on the castle walls or city walls. The same scenery repeats itself throughout the entire city. That people seem to be having casual conversations with each other and seem to be walking about and just sipping on whatever liquids they might be having on them. And you swear as you walk this short distance, you see repeating characters walking by. People you definitely saw the moment you walked into the city, and now you're seeing them again walking about the edges of a house and turning around and moving in the other direction. Yes, Oren?
No, I was just going to say, can I see if this is mostly blood? But I think my question is self-answering.
After a few minutes, you end up nearly at the other end of the city, which portrays itself as the entry to a small harbor patch leading out of the city walls. And next to it, you see a large building of this fine Gothic architecture with a sign saying Belaf. Walking in and out of the door to this house, people seem to be coming more often so than the other buildings you've walked by. This is the place as Valentina knows as the Inn of the City, where she also on a weekly basis receives her rations, or at least used to.
So, this is the place.
This is where I stayed.
Any certain customs we should be aware of? Anything to say or not to say? Anything to order or not to order? Give us a quick rundown, okay?
Not really. I mean, just be polite.
I mean, what?
And probably dress a little, I look over at Paluna, nicer.
My clothes just immediately perk up and become nice and a little bit flamboyant.
Colorful or matching the outfits of the city?
Little bit Three Musketeers, but kind of in a color match for the place.
And also with a feathered hat or...
Oh yes, thank you.
Oh yes.
With like a feather sticking out.
Perfect.
Like this? Or is that too much attention?
I like it. Very fashionable.
And you don't have to worry about anyone finding you here. Vampires don't do that.
I'm...
Usually.
That's good.
Did you see Paluna visibly stunned by like the pure gumption of that sentence? Like, wow, you really did just say that?
I walk into the building.
Right. As you enter, the inn, as per usual, is bustling with life. You see a line at the bar with one keeper standing ready to serve and another keeper walking around behind the bar, not currently doing anything aside from pouring a few drinks. And a lot of people wearing somewhat the same attire. It's almost as if they are provided this kind of attire, a classic evening jacket for the men and a small nightgown kind of gala dress for the women, who seem to choose that kind of style. All just laughing, talking, and Paluna, with your perception once again, you swear around the tables you just hear the general same topics. General repeating, saying, "Oh, experienced anything new? No? Oh, well. Oh, yeah, okay." And then beginning to backtalk some kind of family which name you don't recognize, but you assume they belong to the city. And then a few tables further ahead, you hear them back-talking another table, and it just seems to be slander and general curiosity if anyone has experienced anything new within the city walls, while they're sipping on either what you can assume to be blood or a glass of wine with some red in it.
Would I have had like a regular room, or would I go and order a room?
You would go and order one.
Okay. I walk up to the innkeeper.
Hi. Name? You see a young woman with long blonde hair standing there.
Valentina Arkevna.
Just a second. She pulls out a scroll. V. There we go. Valentine. Yes. Yeah. A room?
Yes, please.
Right. Hands you a key, says number 78, and then points up a staircase leading up several floors. You know the procedure? Just claim the room if it's empty, and
Thank you.
as she looks towards Reginald and Paluna. Names?
We're with her.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
It's okay.
Enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
Start making my way up the stairs.
Making my way up the stairs.
I take a moment at the bottom of the stairs to listen if this like repeat conversation is still going on.
It seems to be going on. But most tables just seem to be talking about the same generic topics. Make a perception check for me. Occasionally you catch some sadness in their voices when they ask into, has anything new happened? No? Okay. Just these repeating questions, hoping that something will stir on their day in some way. And when they can't find that, they seem to be going to the subject of talking bad about other people around them.
Yeah, I follow the others up.
Right. You make your way up to the second floor and find a room fairly quickly, unoccupied. It reveals to be a very simple but well-maintained room with 2 beds and a desk with a table with a chair close to it. There's light within, but there's also the option to dim it by turning down the gas on the valve. Seeing as all vampires have night vision, The room is yours to use. And as you close the door, you realize that it's fairly well soundproof. You can't hear the murmuring down from the inn as you have locked the door onto the second floor.
Ew. Now what?
Well, at least we can talk in private here.
Yes, we
Well,
should really think of some sort of plan or...
yes. So,
Man, we need to figure out what we want to find out first.
find out?
This place is beyond eerie.
Why?
Didn't you hear it downstairs?
Or what?
No?
Everybody were having the same conversation. It was like different parties. Is anything new going on recently? No? Oh. Have you heard this scandalous rumor about this family? Talk for 5 to 10 minutes. Repeat the first. All of
You
them.
think they have nothing to do here? Or maybe
But
they're just
I-
bored?
But I think this would be common conversation.
Very common.
Right. That's just how people usually talk. What do you mean?
Valentina.
Do these people not
You've
have
had a
jobs?
trip.
or-
You've had a trip to the rest of the world by now. Is this
Yes.
really how people normally talk?
In Breakpoint, yeah, I know it's different from the rest of the Eastwatch, for example, but
And every other inn, every other noble district, every other place. No. Here, they're stuck waiting for something to happen.
yes.
Or they're just stuck.
Well, is it that weird? There's not that many
Yes.
vampires. There's not much going on inside the walls.
What do people do here all day? Do they have jobs? Don't they have like stories to tell?
Well, some people have guard duty, I guess. Some
Is
people
that
have
it?
shops, and then there's parties, and yeah.
I mean, I
I just
thought the
look
people
concerned and
outside
like, you know,
weren't. I thought the people outside weren't living well, but it's being stuck here all day, not doing anything. That is almost as worse.
I guess when you put it like that, you make
I mean, I assume that's one of the reasons you left, isn't it, Valentina?
sort of.
To get
I
out of
mean,
get out of this boring place.
no.
No one seems to be doing anything. Huh?
It was actually kind of hard leaving this place where everything was comfortable,
I see.
but
Maybe a bit too comfortable. People don't feel like they need to do anything. Get out of their comfort zone. Experience life.
yeah, like when you
Could
put
that
it like
be, the
that,
case?
I think you make a good point. I mean, my life has gotten a lot more exciting since I left.
Yes, well, the lives of these people are about to get really exciting too. Once the
Unfortunately,
Paladins of Tyr arrive.
just don't.
honestly, at this point, I'm gonna give the Dhampir a chance of surviving this whole kerfuffle. Not these guys.
Honestly, I don't think either of these parties will survive the true power of the Paladins of Tyr. But who knows?
Well, there's still the underlying problem in all of this. How in the... I cannot find the superlative to say it. But how is this society functioning? How is the wheels turning around? How does a people so languid, so powerless,
Powerless.
that lives in such placidity as this, keep so many people outside those walls? There has to be real power here, Reginald. But the worst question is, how is the wheels turning? If we want to broker a peace, we have to go to talk to those in power. But my personal guess here is that if we want to find out what's happening, we have to go follow, well, usually in a city, if you want to find the corruption, I'd say follow the money. But here, I guess it's follow the blood.
Well, as I've been traveling, I've made some discoveries regarding my god, the god of everyone in Breakpoint, Arkham. And
Oh no.
what I fear is that there's something going on with these deities, and I think they're worshipping the wrong god. I don't think they know it.
Who's
You,
worshipping
you,
the
you
wrong
just
god?
see Poluna just absolutely faceplant and immediately go, oh no. It's Eastwatch and Darkman all over again. We're about to get entangled in some deep shit.
Well,
Are the
my-
people of Breakpoint believing in the wrong god?
I think so, but
Aren't they
that's my
believing in
theory.
Arkham?
Yes, but
So you're
Arkham.
saying Arkham isn't god?
No, Arkham is a god, but it's like... How do I explain this? In my visions, I see him chained up, trapped by someone else. And I
Oh.
think this someone else might have gotten a hold of the vampire somehow. old symbol I was wearing before, it broke, and that wasn't the real Arkham.
Oh, boy.
And he
Saying your god is chained somewhere?
Yes, and I think he's in Breakpoint. In my dreams, he told me to come to Breakpoint.
I mean, this is good news.
Is it?
Well, we have something to do. Something we can try to achieve. At least we
Well-
know where to start now. We're gonna look for your god here, somewhere in Breakpoint.
He told me to find him,
But there you go.
and I think I have an idea of where he might be.
This keeps getting better and better. How have you not told us yet?
Because there was so
Oh,
many...
yeah.
I think she wanted to get here first.
Yes, and there's been so many dreams and things that didn't make sense to me, and it's taken me a while to understand it.
That's fair enough.
And I don't know if I
My
fully
dreams are,
understand yet, but I do think the real Arkham is being held against his will here, and someone else has taken his name.
You know, I hate to say this, but considering the way you're speaking of things, this Arkham fellow might legitimately be the wildcard to solve the situation. Something so completely disproportional. And out of nowhere, it could make a real difference with this kind of invasion on the door.
Exactly. He might
But-
be.
If I may, at the same time, freeing a vampire god. I hope he has the best of intentions.
I'm sure he does. He's,
For how long has he been imprisoned for? How long have you
I don't know.
believed in this other god? Since you were born?
s-
Since.
Since I can remember, which is about 10 years. That's all I remember. I don't know how I came here. I don't know what happened before. I don't remember being a child. I just remember being here since about 10 years ago.
Should we try to learn more about this other god that you think the false one? Or do you want to go and look for the real Arkham?
I want to find the real Arkham. And I just remember seeing this marble flooring in my dreams. And I also remember seeing some marble flooring in the Arkham Lineage's palace. And I'm thinking maybe,
The big place?
yes, maybe they're connected.
Well,
Well,
we should
I-
definitely try and find out.
We have both a place to go and look and a place and an objective. I
Yes.
also vote that Paluna takes out a notebook and writes down objective, people believe in the wrong god, find Arkham. We should also think about how blood gets into the city, how the basic food chain works.
Well,
There's
I
something.
kind of know that.
I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to listen, but I'm probably still gonna have questions.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, from what I know, there are people being brought in on boats, and they are then drained of their blood and thrown out the gate.
Jesus Christ.
Alive?
Oh, how generous.
Yeah. I know it's not good.
See, that's the kind of thing I want to explore more. How that whole boat thing works. Who sails in, who sails out?
Well,
Who is captaining those boats? Where do they come from? These kinds of
when I
information.
left Breakpoint to go to Eastwatch Citadel, I was on one of these ferries, and that one had some containers that was to be delivered to one of the nobles in Eastwatch. What was his name again? Gilfer Garman, but he's not around anymore. So there was definitely some tradings going on between the nobles in Eastwatch and here.
You know, I hate to say this, Lord Reginald, but I really think that when the Paladins of Tyr declared this little crusade against vampires and Eastwatch and a lot of the Eastern continent at the same time, they were having a good reason to do it. Like, this just sounds heinously evil.
But not all vampires are evil. The vampires who live here, they're not in control of who is brought in or how, or they just live their lives and receive their bloods once a week.
I agree, but at the
so
same
what you're
time,
saying
part of
is-
me wants to go burn the harbor, kill every captain, and make sure no one ever does something so evil again as to ship people to become drained of their blood, ditch their life, get thrown into a district where the sun never shines, to live off scraps in a perpetual hollow horror.
Well, yeah, I see your point. I don't condone it.
So what you're saying is we need to overthrow the government, free the real Arkham, and maybe then the Paladins of Tyr will not attack anymore.
Well,
Is that what
honestly,
I'm getting?
I was thinking more is that you free a god and there's a whole hostile army on the doorstep. It's going to start being smiting time. I don't think it's going to be very peaceful anyways.
Well, I think we need to get access and go talk to the Arkham lineage, warn them about the Paladins of Tyr, try to get them to put up defenses and see what they can do, and find out if they know that they're worshipping the wrong god, and then find out where Arkham is, the real one.
I
Oh
think
yes, let's say they are worshipping the wrong god. That always goes well with these people.
I was about to say, I think we're just going to skip past the asking them part and just assume they are. And not ask for permission to go look in the basement, but let ourselves in.
Okay. We can try.
There's a time to be polite, and then there's a time to pick locks. We're over in column B right now, I feel like. Everybody in agreement? So I put my hand up.
Yes, but we do need to tell them about the Paladins of Tyr.
Yes.
I think that just provides the right kind of distractions to go looking in basements.
True.
Right.
You take the lead, Valentina, because you'll be able to sell this story in a way neither me or Reginald will. Because we're probably both a little skeptic of the situation.
Okay. Then shall we head out right away? Do we have a plan? What will we do once we're inside?
Well, that depends on if they leave us alone or not.
Right.
But if it has to come to it, well, it's always easy to get rid of bodies.
I mean, I could turn invisible and have a look around. Can you describe this place that you saw? This marble flooring?
Reginald, I hate to cut in, but I think we need to bring Valentina to the Lost God. She's the cleric here who's been getting visions. I think both of us are going to be about as useless as toothpicks in this situation.
At least for the
main act.
If opportunity arose, I could at least do a little scouting.
Well, it's a room. I don't know if it's a... All I see is a man in chains. He's chained up by pillars. And there's some kind of black marble flooring. That's all I've seen.
Well, keep our eyes out.
It's probably going to be beneath the most fortified place in the city, where the most important people live. Who likely has the most to hide?
And that would be the Arkham lineage.
Lead the way.
I think we should assume they are not on our side. Just saying.
Well, they did let
So
me
just
go when
Well-
I don't know.
just don't
Reginald.
spill all the information, maybe.
Okay,
I think we should
Until we're
throw you
sure that
some-
we can trust them.
all right.
Yeah.
I don't know how much
Well-
they know or don't know. I hope
Even
that
then,
they
I'd rather just
don't know.
let them believe that we've come with news of an army and that you know enough to start a positive conversation. But
Yes.
exactly, nobody says anything about our true intentions here. And I
That's
sort of
what-
scan around to see if there's anybody that's been eavesdropping.
Make a perception check. Everything seems pretty soundproof. You can barely hear any activity from outside the room, and no one has been making any creaking sounds in the wooden floor. So you find yourself to be fairly well hidden and safe kept from prying eyes and ears.
All right. Shall we go?
Okay.
Get up. Yeah, let's go.
I walk out the room, down the stairs.
All right. As you walk down, the barkeeper is, already done? I can have the key back, please.
I give her the key.
Thank you. Have you gathered your rations? Is there something I need to provide for you, or are you headed out?
I'm just headed out.
Okay. Well, have a lovely evening.
Thank you. We head out of the inn
All right. So where are you guys headed?
through the gates of the palace, castle.
All right.
Yeah.
Walking through the streets, quickly backtracking. It takes less than a few minutes to get there. The guards are still standing outside the gate and are just seemingly waiting for something to happen.
We are here. There is something to happen.
Hmm.
Are there guards standing outside the gate to the...
Standing outside the gates. Yes, looking straight ahead.
Okay, I'll approach one of them.
Hold, miss and friends or followers. Purpose?
I would like to request an audience with the Arkham lineage.
Name?
Valentina Arkevna.
He reaches behind his back and pulls out a scroll from a satchel. Unfolds it. It drops down to the ground, keeps rolling off into the distance.
I sort of politely stop it before it gets too far away.
Appreciate it. Valentina, it says that you have had your audience and you left the city less than half a year ago. Are you reporting back your findings or
Yes.
achievements? All right. He begins to scribble down on the scroll and rolls it up again. Takes a minute. Right. You know the drill. You enter, you walk straight out past the first few doors, and as you approach the curtains, you wait for your approval to enter.
All right.
Remember, your friends or companions or followers are not allowed to enter the curtains with you. They have to stand and wait outside.
Understood.
As you were, you may proceed, and the gate slightly creaks open.
Is it a gate you can see through, or is it like a solid wooden, like...
It's a gate, it's like iron bars.
Okay.
As you may, and have a pleasant evening, and I hope you achieve a standing in a house with your explorations and achievements out in the world. Good to see you came back, unlike the other, your friend, what was her name? Natalia, right?
Natalia, she left?
Well, she said she was inspired by you and left a few days later.
She
So,
left a few days later?
I hope, she got the approval of the Arkham family to venture out on a ship, and
Do you know where she went?
seemingly in the same direction. And she talked about following you in your footsteps towards some
Eastwatch.
citadel. Yes, Eastwatch, that's the place. You know, for not many vampires are leaving this city. Two in the same week, and then two who knows each other.
Strange I
well,
never ran into
I-
her.
While he's distracted, I'll just walk in through the gate.
Right. The other guy is. Are you doing it stealthily or just walking?
Just, I was asked to enter, so I'll enter and then I'll stop
Okay.
inside.
Right. The other guard takes note of you and traces you, but as you stop, he doesn't seem to be interrupting you in any way.
I'm just going to reconnaissance while they're talking.
On the other
Just
side of the
looking around.
gate is a vast open garden with decored bushes that resembles angels hovering over some quivering entity, and a water fountain sprinkling water constantly, and beautiful flower beds encircling these areas with nice pavement going through the garden, leading all around the castle inside. Very lavish.
So no one has heard anything from her since she left?
I'm not. People don't quite come back this quick, Asher. So.
Well, all right. Thank you.
I'll make her know that you have returned. I'm sure she'll look forward to it. She spoke about you in such high regard.
I hope she does return soon. But would love to see her again. All right.
As you were. Good
I'll
luck.
walk in.
And Reginald stands aside taking notes. Yes.
I'm just following Valentina, basically.
You walk through the gate and see the same scenery of this vast, lavish garden with bush figures in various Catholic kind of resemblance of angels and devils.
Are there any other guards or observers overlooking this courtyard area?
Not within the courtyard, no.
Anyone that could see us other than the guards outside the gate?
The guards outside the gate can't barely see you unless they turn around and actively lean to the side to look through the gate. You are fairly by yourself in this moment outside of prying eyes. There are no tower points on the walls or anything that can overlook the garden.
So that went smoothly.
I can't believe Natalia left and I haven't seen her.
She a friend of yours?
Yes. Although when we were in the tomb in Darkmond, where we found Paluna, there was this room, and I saw a vision of Natalia there, but I assumed that was just some magic and it was fake and not real. It couldn't have been real, right? Because that vision just burned up.
I think that one was fake.
Okay.
Right?
Good.
Like that I saw people there that definitely weren't.
Yes, exactly.
Well, they weren't in Darkman that much, I'm sure.
Right. It wouldn't make sense
but-
for her to go there. But I can't believe I haven't run into her. She just left a couple days after me.
I have a bet to make with you guys. What are the odds he somehow got sidetracked, ended up in Tyr's Sanctum, and they got this funny idea about vampires from there?
That would be horrible. Natalia's sweet soul.
Well, Luna just sort of shakes his head and goes that sounds very unfortunate.
She better not be. All right. So did you hear what he said about not walking past the curtain?
Yes.
Well, I think.
Are you sure you should go in alone?
I have to. But he mentioned something about the doors on the side. Maybe you could try to find out what's behind those doors.
I see you think like I do, because all I heard was go sightseeing, Reginald and Paluna. Please take a look around.
Well, you better try to be stealthy about it.
Yeah, we can be stealthy.
How long can you keep your invisibility up?
For about an hour. That should be
I look to
plenty
Valentina
enough,
and
no?
say, "You go take care of yours, and we'll sneak around." As I sort of like I step into a point where the guards wouldn't be able to see me, and all my clothes fade away to like sort of like a dark ninja kind of very camouflaged into the darkness attire.
All right. And then, like,
And then I'm going to start moving very stealthily from here.
all right, roll a stealth check for me.
And I can't just make it as a standard take 10.
I mean, I'll allow it. So 10 plus your modifier.
That's 22.
22. All right. So you proceed to walk towards the castle, and before you extends a massive wooden gate, 10 to 15 meters tall, decorated in various Gothic patterns. Alongside the frame that is made of pure metal extends a large marble wall in each direction, and looking further up, the massive spires and towers of the castle. The door isn't exactly welcoming, but it is your only way forward in this very moment. So, how do you approach this situation?
I opened the door.
The moment you put a hand on the door swings open by itself, nearly soundless, revealing to you the interior that you have seen once before, a red carpet with patterns extending far beyond in a straight line. And looking up with inside is like entering a church. Endless ceiling forming into these spires that are visible on the outside, leaving to the imagination that there may not be a second floor within this building. It is all just ceiling and tall walls. On the right side, further down the hallway, two massive similar wooden doors barring their way into some area, and the same in a linear fashion on the left side. The hallway is lit by dimly lit braziers, giving some kind of illumination to the room. And along the floor of this castle, a layer of smoke and mist seem to be gathering and crawling, only disturbed by you moving your first few steps within the room. At the end of the hallway, the room splits in two directions, to the right and left. And to the very end of the hallway, there's a red curtain hanging down, about 50, 60 meters ahead of you.
Are there
Other
any...
doors in the area?
Just the two on the left and the two on the right side, and then the hallway splitting in two directions, and then the red curtain. You know what, how about we just swap map so you can see?
Oh, snap!
You guys can walk around in this place.
Oh, wait, there's a lot of fog.
Hey, it's a new fog.
If I can
New
play...
fog effect.
Oh, made the fog effect at the edges of the map is proper creepy.
If you guys
That's
can put
actually really
your,
well done.
if you guys can put your tokens at the bottom middle.
Bottom middle.
Oh, fuck, this map is huge, dude. What the fuck? Bro, how long have you been working on this?
Did I place my...
Like, yeah.
I put my token down, made like, the select all square. It's like a little fucking dot. Dude, this map is fucking colossal.
I don't know if I put my token now.
I can't see
I
your
put mine down
tokens.
around here.
I don't
I'm
see
trying
it.
to put it down, but it's not working.
Yeah, same.
What the fuck? You guys are down there. Huh? Why is this Yeah, this
Oh,
is
this map
not...
is massive. I don't know if you know. But...
Why has it made it that big? Okay, that might be...
you
like
can
a-
barely-
You pick
What?
where
I
you
love
want us
the
to
plane.
put...
No, there's a framework that you designated to, and then it automatically
Oh,
designates.
okay,
Can
okay,
you pick
okay.
where we... Oh, there. Yeah.
Ooh, okay,
Wait.
cool.
This new fog effect is...
Yeah, that looks thick.
I thought it would be fitting for for what we're currently doing. There,
It's
Very
mega
thematic.
Okay, up there. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I was like, holy shit.
I don't know
this
why
is
the
awful, dude. God damn.
I have no idea why it would do that. That would be nearly impossible to load for you guys if you made a
exactly.
map this big.
Can I BRB 5
No,
seconds?
like, I
My
was like,
cat is screaming at me.
For a
I'll
moment,
allow it.
Mickey, I legitimately thought you're like, I have made the biggest fucking dungeons, and you have stepped into my fucking lair. You are spending 5 sessions here.
Well, that did give me a good idea.
Huh?
But I doubt that the map can load in because that would be like, oh, massive. Well, I could just put it in several pieces.
I'm back.
I'm going to try that. That's going to be like a 10 session dungeon to go through.
So are there like
Actually-
2 doors on each side?
Yes. Notably, when you make your first steps within, it is like walking through a church. Every footstep is echoing throughout and reverberating between the walls.
Whom's footsteps?
Everybody's, including yours.
God
Are
damn.
there any other people in this hallway?
Empty.
Actually, I'm going to make my boots puff up. Like, really soft skin boots in response.
All right.
You gave me morphine clothes.
I did. It only costed you UAC.
I think it's fun. I
It
think I'm
is.
getting my mileage out of them, okay?
You're doing good with it. Let's put it that way. So, you have the ability to walk around. I would recommend that if you decide to open any doors, announce that you're doing so, and I will proceed to reveal the content. You can also make a plan together if you want to explore or if you want to go straight ahead.
Are these doors like sealing tight to the bottom of the floor?
Yes, I would say that like there's a millimeter of two that you can see below, but it will only give off a vague dim light, nothing else.
Okay, because I was about to do the classic sliding mirrors on the doors trick.
Yeah, no, not quite.
Oh, we're in, and there's no other people in this corridor.
I think we should
think they're
look around a
expecting-
bit.
Well, they're expecting you, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
And you could always say that it's, the guests don't know proper manners. They're just idiots. We'll scold them for it. It's expected they were being too curious. They should have listened better, yada, 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 right?
Alright. Do I know if they're like waiting for me at this moment?
You know that they have a way of sensing that someone has entered. Because
Okay.
when the first time you approached, the moment you stood outside the red curtain, you heard a voice in your head allowing you to enter.
Okay, then I'll go talk to them and you guys try to find out what's behind the doors?
One of us wait and stay behind the curtain in case you need us.
I can
Do you think
I
we
can
need
run
backup?
from a bad situation real fast if need be.
It's up to you guys. Oh, you best want to do
Just
this.
just send us a signal if you need help, and we'll come as
Alright.
fast as we can.
And I won't mention anything about the god, right? Yeah, okay.
Assume someone's listening.
Got it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Valentina proceeds to make her way down the hallway, I presume,
Yes.
towards the red curtain.
I'll whisper to Luna. Split up, I guess. Cover more ground.
Dangerous. In case of traps.
It's fine.
So,
Alright.
We are going to go into slight turn-based. We're going to start with Valentina, who's going to have a brief moment with whatever lies ahead, and then we'll swap over to Paluna and Reginald for a moment and swap back. Valentina, during those moments, you're more than welcome to drag your token around to see what they're seeing, just so you're not left completely out, I guess.
All right.
So, Valentina, as you approach the red curtain before you, instantaneously you hear a female voice in your head that you have heard before. Valentina has returned home. You may enter.
Right.
And the curtain slides to the sides, revealing just a small room before you, barely enough to fit you, where another red curtain is more solidified.
Okay. I'll try to get through that curtain as well.
As you walk up to that curtain, the curtain behind you closes, leaving you in that small gap.
Jesus. That's slightly
And you hear-
claustrophobic.
And you hear the voice once again. So, did you learn of the secrets to revive the vampiric race and bring us back to glory?
Not exactly.
And in that moment, we swap to Paluna and Lord Reginald. So, what are you two rascals up to in the first place?
Paluna walks over to this door and just looks at Reginald. Like, sort of like,
I mean,
we're doing this?
if there was a god somewhere hidden here, I'm sure it wouldn't be after the first door that we entered.
Behind whatever Valentina's dealing with. They'll never put it out in the foyer. But we're here to find out what we can. You ready?
I mean, go ahead, open it.
I stealthily tried to open it, but if I hit a lock, I'll stop immediately.
As you pull down the handle and try to push in the door opens and reveals, at first, a beautiful waft of freshly made food as you open the door into a kitchen where everything seems to be working by itself. You see dough being kneaded on the kitchen counter by itself. You see swine on pikes being spun by themselves. You see plates moving about in the kitchen with food on it, moving about, serving, plating, serving, washing, always moving back and forth.
Christmas cookies.
I mean, there's probably nothing here. Come on, don't bother with the food.
Yeah, next door. Stealthily moves over to the next one.
Dude,
The other side.
yeah, I'll check this one at the top.
All right.
Alright, we'll start with Lord Reginald's.
I'll gently try to open it, making as little sound as possible.
As you pull down the handle and push the door opens without resistance and reveals to you bedchambers.
I'll just quickly poke my head inside real quick, and then, like, if I don't see anything, I'll just pop back out.
Within the
Anything
bedchambers,
curious?
you see that every bed is tightly put together, undisturbed by any people or bodies lying, as if either never used or as if you were in the army and everything was neatly kept under strict procedures. Next to each bed is a metallic chest with a lock hanging on.
I'll whisper, just some sleeping quarters.
All right.
I'll close the door behind me.
I open the door at my place.
As you push down the handle
Great
and
stuff.
attempt to push the door open, you meet resistance. It is locked.
Reginald, this one's locked. Check the other one, I'll get to picking.
Just open it. You're a rogue.
I start stealthily, if I can, picking the lock. Making
Alright.
as little noise as possible.
Make a sleight of hand check for me. You fumble with the lock and fumble completely. The lockpick is jammed inside the lock and not letting go.
How you don't... Really? On a 12 you lose the lockpick?
There might be other mechanisms in play.
What are you doing? You're making a lot of sound there, Poluna.
Lock's jammed.
Alright. Just, I'll try this one then. I'll try to open the door.
As you push down the handle and push the door open, it reveals a similar bedchamber with nothing inside of it, aside from the chests and undisturbed beds.
Nothing here.
Can I unjam the lockpick somehow?
Make a dexterity, no, sleight of hand check for me.
Wow!
You try to maneuver the lockpick, but it seems to be jammed, stuck in some mechanism that you can't pull it free from.
Just leave it. Come on. Before someone sees you there.
I follow Reginald.
Alright,
Just walk up here.
back to Valentina. In the room, you continue to hear the voice. What have you learned instead? Anything proving you worthy of a house or a name?
I come bearing horrible news. The Breakpoint is about to be under attack.
Elaborate.
There is a city called Tear Sanctum, and they have sent out a big army to hunt down vampires, and they are really close, a day away.
We are aware.
You're
Anything
aware.
else to report?
How are you going to fight back? There's thousands of them. I saw them. I walked past them.
Valentina, I believe this is not one of your favors you're cashing in on. You came to report your findings. If your findings are something we are well aware of, then I must relay that you have nothing that will benefit us. Have you found anything?
I have nothing to report at the moment.
Then you and your followers may leave the castle grounds.
But
The curtain behind you opens.
step out and try to find my way to the others. Be easy enough if they're still in here.
Yep.
What?
I
Already
know.
done?
That was
I
really fast.
know about Paladins of Tyr, and they wouldn't elaborate. They just wanted to ask me what I have found while I was gone, and I just didn't tell them anything. Because that would, you know.
Well, I assume you told them about the invasion that they clearly already know about, right?
Yes.
To most rulers, that would be a significant thing. And if they're not acting on it, well, sounds like it's their problem.
Why
No
are
longer
they not
yours.
acting? But it is my problem. They're going after the vampires. It's my race.
Well,
I-
clearly, if the rulers of the vampires already know about it, they should be taking countermeasures, right? Unless they would do something horrible, like, I don't know, sacrifice their people for some kind of reason?
Something isn't right. It just doesn't seem right.
I agree. I'd start walking down this hallway.
I don't know. Do you think they still know I'm in here? They said I should leave with my followers.
Well, that's a shame.
I keep
Oh, we're
following
not your
Luna.
followers.
Making your way down the hallway, it reveals to you a staircase leading up. And at the end of the staircase is a door. But looking around at the rest of the castle, there doesn't seem to be any interior places where the staircase could lead to.
I want to say, since I'm in here and got past the guards, I expect to go sightseeing as much as I need to. They may have told you to leave, Valentina. They didn't tell me to leave.
Well, they did. They said you and your followers.
Ah, but Valentina, let's be honest. We're not followers. We're companions. Not my fault they didn't get it right.
Give him a slight smile. I guess you're right about that.
As I just... Alright, I will stealth up the stairs.
Alright, make a new stealth check for me.
Any advantage for soft padded boots and dark clothing?
Sure, I'll allow it. 27.
You.
You manage to move silently up the staircase. The moment you are halfway up the staircase, you feel a weird rushing sensation in your body, and as you look back behind your companion, it's like you've moved 10 flights of stairs upwards and you're standing in front of the door.
Magic staircase, guys.
How is it magic?
Well, to try walking up.
I try walking up the stairs.
As you make your way halfway up the staircase, you feel the same rush sensation in your body as if you're being pulled up several flights of staircases, standing in a split second next to Paluna in front of the door.
How strange.
Right, open it up.
Try to open the door.
The door opens without any resistance, and immediately you feel the cold evening breeze hit your body as you're now looking out upon the city from the barely entry point of a balcony.
Well, this is definitely not it. Nice view, though.
Well, I sort of look around. Are there any points where the balcony goes into guard towers or goes down to the ground? Like,
It seems to
So I
just
take-
be overlooking the city from an angle where you can both see the harbor and the entry point of the city, where the vast expanse of Dampier district is.
you know, I have a crazy idea, Valentina. And Reginald. What if we burned the harbor?
What?
I told you it was crazy.
Why on earth would we do that? Don't you think they
Because
have
then
enough
there's
with the incoming army?
Well,
That honestly
way
makes
they're
no
act-
sense.
the way they're acting, they look. This sounds like people who are going to ditch or maybe avoid the fight somehow, but give people a nice, solid wall behind their back. They start getting concerned about what happens outside their front door.
That's too risky. What about we just try to warn the vampires ourselves?
How did that go?
These vampires clearly didn't care, but
Aren't they the rulers of the vampires?
yes.
Then they're not ruling the vampires. They're not doing what is best for vampire kind, clearly. Anybody would have found a way to, take action, do something. All we've seen here is unaware and, well, ignorance of the situation.
But I
except
wonder
by
if
the most important people.
the other vampires know about the army. It doesn't seem like it. Maybe we should tell them. Maybe it would cause an uprising or something. Maybe they
Yes.
want to try to fight. Probably not. I don't know.
I go back inside and lower my voice and say, "You can already listen to yourself to listen to how likely that sounds."
I have friends here. I can't just leave them to die.
Nobody said about leaving them to die.
Well, you're talking
said
about
we-
burning their only escape route.
They'll never fight if they can escape. If you want to save the Dampiers, if you want to make it as many people as possible go through this without basically unleashing a vampire plague on every continent, there can't be an escape from this. I told you it was a crazy idea.
It is crazy. Let's just see if we can find... Did you check the other doors?
One of them was locked, the others were unremarkable rooms, but let's make a more thorough exploration of them.
Let's
I go to the other
opposite. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be cognizant of traps as well.
Making your way down the hallway,
Make a moment.
the first thing that you encounter is a vast, translucent, windowy-like shape extending from the bottom to the very top of this hallway. On the other side, you can see a staircase winding down.
Did you just put a fucking fog gate in front of us?
Well, I guess you could see that
Is there an Elden Ring boss behind it?
one.
Well, this way goes down, Valentina.
Well, that's promising. I try to...
Well, if you were to hide someone locked up somewhere, it would be in the dungeons, wouldn't it be?
I suppose so. I try to open the door.
It's not a door, it's a giant
Oh.
translucent wall. There is no visible handle, no hinges that the door seems to swing on.
Do we step through? What if it's a trap? What if it alerts
Well,
them?
there's only one way to find out.
I agree.
Oh,
ready?
Oh, okay.
Paluna
Do
goes
we
in,
all go together? Huh?
or at least tries to stick an arm through.
Oh, thank God it says take an arm through, because the moment you make impact with it, it is solid. You're meeting clear resistance from this translucent entity before you.
I also try to put an arm through.
Same resistance. Valentina,
to-
in your head, you hear, ah. I told you to leave, and now you're snooping around. I thought you had more respect for what we are. Now leave.
Guys, they know we're here still. They want us to leave.
Do they now? Can I see what's on the other side of this place?
Yes, you can see that there's a staircase winding down. And that's the end of the corridor.
Do I tell them? But surely they must know if there's someone hostage down there.
I think they know damn well what's going on, Valentina. I might be able to get through, but I don't think I could get you guys through either.
Well, they know we're standing right here, so do we leave? How do we get back? How do we get in?
I mean, we are
On
here
the
now.
other side of this fog gate, are there any levers or anything that looks like it could turn it off?
No.
It's your call,
You guys
Valentina. I can try to open it up, but we might find ourselves in some sort of conflict by doing that. So, your call.
Well, if he's down there, I have to get to him, but what if he's not down there?
The fact that they've locked it this thoroughly just makes me want to go look.
I think we need to get through.
So, Mr. DM, I would like to use surface reflection on the other side of this wall since I can see it.
Right. Can I remember what that is?
That is one of the cute little things you gave me during
Can
my
you
outage.
can you post it to me? The text, just so I'm
Yes,
aware.
I can.
Because I can't seem to find the document with that in it for some reason.
So,
Oh god, in my mistake, I accidentally hit Steam Big Picture mode.
oh no!
Ah, you!
Help.
Ah!
Anyone that uses that is insane. Just saying.
Oh god, I know it's super simple to leave it, but I just can't remember the button for it. Help, I can't see my desktop. I'm panic.
You're trapped by an even worse contraption.
I know there is a very simple hotkey for it. And I laugh every time I see it. I just can't. Hyperventilating, I'm dying.
You know what? I'll go join you in Steam Big Picture mode because I think I can actually find a way out.
It's like
What
a
you guys are
hotkey.
witnessing is what we call
One of the F
cute,
keys or
by
something.
the way.
It's like a control or alt home or something stupid like that.
Isn't it just? Yeah, it's escape, power, exit big picture mode.
Well, that was easy. Anyway, back to my composure. Where are we? Oh,
You're
right, I
about
was
to let us
opening
through that door.
Discord.
It magically opened up.
Yeah. You remember when that happened, DM? No? It definitely
All right.
happened.
Yes, of course.
Remember when we hit level 20 all of a sudden and
Well, yeah.
we just
yes.
wished for the door to be
Right.
open?
Oh, right. Well,
I
that
remember
seems
that.
a lot more complicated than what the Orin is about to do, or Paluna. You guys see as Paluna is holding their hand up against the mirror or the translucent surface, and on the other side, you see another Paluna hand put up against it, as if reflecting themselves. And in the moment, you just see the reflection on the other side, as Paluna has now appeared on the other side of the wall.
How did you do that? Can you open it? You hear me?
The reflection is. So, do I receive sensory input from the reflection? Can I see through its eyes, or is it only something I can just mentally walk around with?
The reflection is a clone of you that you can swap places with.
Is it only once or is it multiple times?
Once.
Yeah, I can trap myself on the other side. That's right.
No.
Yep.
So no, that's not the plan. But the reflection
Mm.
will, sort of try to push back through to see if, there's something on the other side. There's magic. It can go through somehow.
Nope. You are now standing on the other side of the wall.
Well, no, my reflection is. I'm not.
Oh, yeah, your reflection is standing on the other side of the wall, yes. But
It's going
can-
to walk around in that area. Like I don't see through its eyes or anything, right?
no.
Actually.
You create a clone of yourself on the other side that you can swap places with, but it is a standstilling entity meant to have that one purpose, as in this description.
Oh, that gives me a great idea. Good job, Luna. I cast summon familiar or find familiar.
All right.
Now, but I make it appear like on the other side of the gate.
Hey, simple. Your cat
It can
appears on the other
appear
side.
within 10 feet. So.
So when Paluna is mirroring himself with his own mirror image, the cat just appears and both Paloons are looking down on it. Right.
You know what? I'm just gonna try to cast Dispel Magic on the door.
Okay.
Mark off the spell slot required for that, and as you weave the magic, I need to see if...
Well, I was planning on being a bit stealthy, but I guess we're just going for it.
Yeah, I mean,
As you cast a
Worst is that-
spell, nothing happens.
No, my spell slot.
I say, just guard my body, and then I zone out into the familiar.
All right.
So Reginald himself is now blind and deaf and everything.
Your perspective completely changes and the whole scenery is warped as you're now looking through the cat's eyes and just seeing an endless ceiling looking up and a staircase before you.
And I start walking down it with the cat.
The staircase continues to spiral downwards, and while the cat is fairly agile, it takes a bit before we hit the bottom of the staircase. There's no light down here. Does a cat have night vision, dark vision in D&D?
It should have, I think.
Normal cats do.
I think that was the
Cats do.
argument in a critical role as well.
Oh no, they don't.
Exactly.
But it has advantage on
horseshit.
perception checks that rely on smell. So I'll just try and smell my way around.
Right. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Make a perception check for me with advantage.
Just roll a wisdom. That is 120 plus 4. And then roll that again.
There you go.
nice.
Sniffing around, you're fairly certain that you smell no other entities down here. The air is very moist and damp. And because you rolled a nat 20, you get the faintest smell of blood.
I'll try to follow that
As the cat
direction.
gets into a chase to that direction, it encounters a door. And you can definitely tell that the blood is coming from the other side.
It's gonna try to jump on the handle
It jumps up
to try to open it.
and using its weight to weigh down the handle like a cat. Have you ever seen a cat trying to grasp a door handle and pull it down? That's what we're looking at right now. Not very...
Yeah, it's not gonna be nice looking, but
no,
he's just clawing at it, jumping at it.
The back legs are like scratching against the door while trying to pull down. It doesn't move. You gather that the door might be locked.
Okay, I jump out of the cat back into Reginald,
You're back.
and then
Wonderful.
Reginald dismisses the cat into the void for now,
All right.
to be summoned later.
Valentina,
Yep.
make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, fine.
Mm.
Wisdom.
As you're standing there against the wall of force before you, you hear the voice in your head again. I would have told you to leave, but if you're so eager, join. Paluna and Reginald, you see Valentina spin around in place and just begins walking off.
I'd stop her. Valentina?
I can't help
Mm.
it.
Make an
Slap her.
acrobatics check to try and grapple.
No,
And
we're
Valentina, I would
we
like
are
for you
grappling.
to
We are giving the wake uppers of slaps.
just a slap. Okay, make an unarmed attack roll then against Valentina's AC.
Oh shit.
Are you actively defending yourself?
No.
In the moment, she's not in control of her own body.
Oh.
Okay. Waka waka.
Somehow, wait, how? Huh?
Don't
you
forget, I'm.
There's no way
That's-
that's
Are
unarmed.
you,
Wait,
are
because
you
that's
proficient
strength,
with unarmed?
Yeah.
Oh right, simple weapons not unarmed. No, only +4.
Only +4, so 23. Valentina's AC is
21.
21. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So as Valentina turns around and you're calling out to her and she doesn't respond, a resounding slap. Say she did. What's your strength modifier?
0.
One.
0. So the minimum you can do is 1 damage. So Valentina, you take 1 point of damage, and
1
you
point of non-lethal damage.
and you regain your composure, finding yourself that you've been not in control of your own body for a short moment of time.
Why did you slap her?
She's zoned out.
Do I
Indeed.
understand what happened to me?
The last thing you heard was a voice, and then the next moment, your entire vision shifts, and you're now finding yourself looking down the hallway rather than looking into the waterfalls before you.
The woman, she's in my head. She wants me
What's
to
she saying?
join them.
Join them?
I don't understand what that means.
Should we-
That's unfortunate.
Should we go to them?
I don't think that's
No.
a good idea. They clearly don't want us to go through this door. Which makes me
Well,
want to
I,
go out more.
I
I
looked
kind of
around a
grab
bit down there,
Pauluna's
but
arms, afraid of losing control of my body again.
So I just clap her on the shoulder and say, "Don't worry, I will slap you awake again should it happen."
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is what adventuring bodies are for.
should we look?
I don't understand how we're supposed to get through here.
Well, I looked down there, but there wasn't much to see. I just smelled some blood, but that doesn't really mean much in this place, I think. So
I mean, that sounds like maybe that could be the place.
you think
Maybe it's
so?
not.
You know what, Valentina? Let's make this
Think
one
we
a
should.
point for returning later in vast defiance of any direct orders and go look at everything else here and plunder. Well, not plunder, but there's a locked door and a lockpick I want to retrieve. And since they know I'm here, I'm not gonna be subtle about it. I just start walking.
I just. Okay, I follow.
Gonna go down to the locked door with my lockpick.
I have a bad
you-
feeling.
Walk down the corridor. At the entry hall, you see 2 dark, armor-clad guards awaiting you.
We were just about to leave.
I go and grab my lockpick and just like rip it out of the door.
Make a strength check.
You know I don't have that. And it's flimsy metal.
Well, you said you rip it out. You go for the motion of grabbing, and all you feel is your finger sliding off the lockpick without it
I just sort
following.
of like aggressively
Just
start
leave it.
dexterously trying to jangle out. You don't just leave a good pick.
Stop being so obvious.
Do you proceed to trying to mingle it out again?
I just walk up to the cars.
I just
If-
give up and follow along.
If an eyeless full metal helmet could eye you, you would feel eyes glaring at you without saying a word.
I just
I give
Look
them
at
back.
the-
I give them back the stares of a man who has seen into the abyss. Right? Like I've been on the other end. I'm
Make
not using
an intimidation check with advantage. So for a brief moment, while you're unable to detect this yourself, Valentina, please roll a perception check for me to see if you catch a glimpse of this. Nothing. You see one of the guards, for the first time ever, you see a guard having a reaction to something, turns their head slightly and then resumes their default guard position.
Yeah, this motherfucker looked away.
As they allow you to proceed to walk through the door into the courtyard once again.
I'll just give them a polite nod as I walk by them.
No acknowledgement, they just let you move past. You find yourself in the courtyard once again. So,
quite
Valentina, don't be smart.
unfortunate.
We got what we came for.
Did we?
We did.
I just continue walking out the courtyard. Yes. We got the confirmation that there's something vastly important down there.
I need to get through that door.
You didn't know you needed to get through that door before you walked in here.
That's true. And I
So-
can't believe they don't plan on doing
question,
anything. Or
Valentina.
maybe they are. They're just not relaying any information. Yeah?
Why don't you spread the word?
About the paladins?
Since- Yes, if they're unwilling to do anything about it.
I
Sort of
can
leaving
try.
that up in the air.
Well, I do have a friend, Adrian. Maybe we could go see him. And he's a part of a family. Maybe we can get an insight to what they think about these paladins, if they are as careless or not.
Alright. Let's see if we can find someone that is actually gonna help us in this place. That would be nice.
I agree.
All right. Where do you go about to inquire about this, Adrian?
I assume I would know where he lives.
You know of his family house, yes.
Alright, I would then walk to his family's house.
All right. You begin following Valentina throughout the streets, leading in the opposite direction of where the inn and the harbor is, to a part of the city you haven't been at yet, where it becomes more and more common that the houses become mansions. Mansions lining up next to each other with big open gardens where garden furniture is displayed near forest beds, not forest beds, flower beds. And people seem to be just having casual conversations. And many people that are having conversations and hanging out in these gardens are wearing the same attire, slightly different from what you've seen at the inn, where people seem to be wearing the same kind of casual night clothing. These are worn with more adorned clothing of patterns and symbols, and most noticeably, all seem to be having a symbol hanging around their neck, which Valentina you recognize as the your former symbol of Arkham, the skull embroidered into a dark iron background with spikes all around it. Walking through these streets, you approach the house that you recognize as Adrian's house, the house of Gravel. No one seems to be standing outside this moment. There's light behind the curtains, seem to be flickering, so you assume that someone is home.
Alright, walking up to the doorway, I whisper to the others, pointing out the necklaces that others are wearing. Do you see those symbols?
Yeah.
I look at it. Yeah?
That's my old symbol. That must be the fake god.
Can I do like a history or religion check on that symbol? See if I...
Make a religion check for me.
Never seen that before. Wow.
While you have in a drunken, stupid browse some quote-unquote boring books about religion that the Church Sanctum are familiar with, you don't seem to recognize that at a quick glance.
So I will say this because I have observed something funny. Reginald keeps failing religion checks, and the excuses for him failing becomes more and more elaborate each time, and I love it.
He has lived a lavish life.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I've read many books, maybe too many.
Too many.
Drunk too many bottles of wine.
Fought off invisible foes in the garden, thinking that you were the one to have the upper hand this entire time, while your entire family is looking through the window, judging you silently.
Oh no.
You are the
That
weird
loser
kid.
again.
Yeah.
All right, I'll.
And then you grow up to be a fun guy and the guy with all the friends while your family fails in the background dying from depression. Anyway, that was not relatable. And so,
Wait, what?
What?
Whoever that
Dying?
symbol belongs to, that's who must be keeping the real Arkham locked up.
I don't think I've ever seen that symbol before, so I'm not sure who it could belong to, but...
And I just
I'm
think it
calling in
would
a rain
be
check as well.
hard to convince these people that it's not real. Anyway, I walk up to the door and knock.
Let's focus on the impending army first.
Yeah.
As you knock on the door, it doesn't take long before someone answers, and weirdly enough, it is someone you don't recognize. A fairly young male figure of human background seems to be adorning the clothing that this family usually adorns. Yes?
Hello, I'm Valentina.
Hi.
I'm here for Adrian.
You see his eyebrows furrow a bit. Adrian, he's not with this family anymore.
What?
Oh, no. It's nothing bad. He didn't win Charter in the World or something like a crazy person would. He got promoted to Lawmaster. He works at the library now. So he has become his own family. He's part of the Lawmaster family now.
Adrian works at the library?
Yes. Oh, I know. Weird, but...
Oh, the Loremaster family.
Yes.
Oh, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want to come in for some drinks and some socialing? We're having some guests over.
Oh, no, thank you. I really need to find Adrian.
Okay. Well, he should be at the library. He really made a turnaround from his leisurely lifestyle and just started really getting into the outer world. He said he got inspired by something not too long ago, and wow, is he a quick study. Really left the entire family in a stupor. So,
Valentina just looks dumbfounded. Are we talking about the same person?
Yes. I think so. Like Adrian Gravor.
Yes.
I mean, there's only one Adrian who belonged to this family. So, apparently something about his friends leaving, wanting to know about the outer world. And then he, I don't know, people do weird things when they are lonely. And
Suppose so.
Books of all things.
Yes.
Well,
that doesn't
yeah,
seem strange. Well, thank you for the information and give my best to the Gravers.
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to have a class? No?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, have a pleasant evening.
You too.
We love to hear stories of where you're from and brought you here. You see,
Oh,
you
actually,
knew, right?
have you heard anything about something called the Paladins of Tyr?
Paladins of Tyr. Is that a play at the theater or?
No, that's an army that is approaching Breakpoint. Yeah. Have you heard anything about that?
You're funny. You should work at the theater with that imagination of yours. But thank you.
Alright, yeah. Good evening.
It's that awkward moment where it's like slightly about to close the door and you keep talking again, and then he begins to close the door and you begin talking, and so
I turn around and leave before
okay,
it gets more
bye.
awkward. Well, clearly they haven't heard about it. I look at
Well, I'm
Reginald
impressed
Luna.
at the amount of impact you made when you left.
So am I. I never thought Adrian would work at the library. Doesn't seem the type. Well, let's head to the library then.
Very well. I haven't been in one in a while. I'm looking forward to this.
You know, thinking about it, in most of the world, going to the library and getting to read whatever happens in a vampire society would be considered the deep, dark secrets.
Well, I spent quite a bit of time there before I left.
Perused
Yes.
only by immoral and immortal eyes. Think about it, Reginald. There's going to be hidden gems in here.
I hope so.
Alright, I start making my
So-
way to where I think the library.
You spin around on your foot and walk back to where the inn is located. As you walk through the streets, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to get there. The usual scenery plays out with people just seem to be socially gathering in various places, even as you've seen changes to the more common area of the vampire district. You're approaching midnight at this point. For Reginald and Balloon, the tiredness is slightly starting to overcome you. For Valentina, you seem to be walking with strides with the energy of being home, even though the circumstances are a bit weird. And as you get back to the inn, on the opposite side of the inn of the street, there's a library.
Shall we go there now? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, I could turn in for the night soon.
I'm fine either way. I'm a bit tired, but a good book is sure to get me all excited and full of energy.
I guess we could sleep first if you guys want. I just worry about the coming days when the paladin's gonna get here, and it doesn't seem like the Arkham lineage is relaying any information to the rest of the vampires. They're not ready at all.
Said the words for me.
I'm sure
But
we could go to
for-
the library real quick.
If I might be a bit of a brutal realist, the Paladins of Tyr will have to deal with, well, an army of hungry Dhampir first.
Yes.
So we are not in the immediate danger. The city, on the other hand.
Okay,
Well, let's
so
just leave it at that.
you wanna turn in for the night and go to the library in the morning?
No,
Oh, yeah, let's
I'll
just
follow
let's
along.
keep going. We're here now anyway, so
Alright.
So, you make your way to the library. You take 3 steps to the right. You're there. Surprise. You make your way inside, and the interior is well kept, neatly darkened planks covering the entire bottom of this library, and every shelf is neatly kept, not a single speck of dust. Every book seems to be about the same size on every shelf, all the way finely bound in leather and string wrapped around them, with patches of notes on all of them. And behind a desk sits a fairly young, elven-looking figure. Valentina, you would immediately recognize this person as Adrian. Deeply busy reading.
I see him and I just
What
start
book is he
smiling a
reading?
little.
It's hard to tell from this distance what book he is reading. It doesn't say in big neon lights, unfortunately.
There's no cover or anything?
It's light down on the ground, the table, and he's just like hunched over, reading, looking down on
Fair
it.
enough.
I
Yeah, then I won't be able to.
walk over to him and I just like say out loud, "There is no way you're reading a book."
Shh, the books. I need to stop. Wait. And this figure slowly unhunches himself, looking up. Valentina?
Adrian.
Nah. Really?
What?
Did you give up already?
Well, not exactly. Just
Well, you're here.
passing by.
No one simply passes by Breakpoint. I mean, according to the books, we're in like the far northern part of the continent, and no one barely sets the foot here. So how are you casually? Did you take a boat back? Did you get back with one of the slave ships, or did you?
No, well, I did take a boat, but it's a long story.
I
I mostly walked.
You know, if there's a long story, you need to tell me. I can write it down. I could add to the library. That's brilliant. So, have you met Natalie? She went after you. Have
I
you?
heard. I didn't see her.
Ah, what a shame.
Did she go to
You know-
Eastwatch as well?
I mean, she took the same slave ship route as you did. She said it would be a wonderful way to get a snack on the road.
I can't believe you're in the library by yourself.
I know, but here I am. You know, at first I was skeptic about your and Natalie's point of view of this whole outside world because, come on, this place is amazing. We get all the food, all the drinks we want. All we have to do is be here. I mean, but then, you know, you kept talking about this Eastwatch Citadel, and I was like, maybe I should read about it. So I read, and even though, oh God, I fell asleep like 10 times reading the first book, and then I continued reading, and then one city led to another city, and there were some stories about conflicts or something about them clashing, and they describe the nights in such great detail. Oh my God. Like, sorry, am I getting carried away?
No, this is amazing. I never thought I'd see you like this. I'm happy you found your calling.
So, did you said you're passing by on
Yes.
Hi, who are those with you?
Oh, yes. These are my companions. This is
Okay, let me guess.
Mm.
That is the guy with the white hair and the beard. That's a human.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Adrian, law master for some reason. So a human, and you went to Eastwatch, so you must be from Eastwatch. Yes, am I correct?
Sure, yes, you are correct. Good
Make a
sir.
deception check. Okay. You don't have to be honest with me, but fair enough. You could just say that you're not from Eastwatch. You know, you're probably from the outskirts or something. That's fine. So, and you, those.
You can just see Luna sort of has a slight smirk right now.
You are an elf.
Reginald, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Oh, so that's
10
right.
gold pieces says that this guy will have his mind blown 3 times in the conversation Valentina's about to give him.
I mean, I'm not gonna take that bet because I think he might be right.
So
What the hell? Well, I'll bet you 10 gold. Sure.
I shake on it.
But are you an elf? Please, I need my curiosity satiated. Please,
Yes, I am an elf, but I
Yes!
think you should really listen to what Valentina has to say.
Oh, Valentina.
Yes. So,
Hi.
do you remember hearing me in your head talking about Tyr's Sanctum and Paladins and a crusade?
I'm sorry. I must have zoned you out. I've been nothing but reading this entire time since you left.
Okay, Adrian, it's really important you listen.
Okay. Should I write this down?
No.
Oh.
There is an army Right outside of
Okay.
Breakpoint.
An army. Hold on, I gotta look that up. Hold on. And he fetches a book that says like military part 1. Yes.
Valentina just puts
Definition
her
of army.
hand on her forehead, just.
A large quantity of people equipped for warfare. Okay, yes, I'm with you.
Right. They are right outside Breakpoint, and their goal is to come here and kill all of us.
Thank you for speaking in terms I understand.
You're welcome.
So you're saying that this large entity of people capable of warfare is approaching Breakpoint,
Yeah.
trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Because they think that vampires are evil.
Evil? I mean, the Dampiers, for sure. Those nasty buggers can fuck right off. But us? We just mind ourselves. How? But wait. So, okay, hold on. So, what?
Yeah.
Does
Well-
that count as one, Reginald?
No, I don't think so.
Fair enough.
So,
So, have you heard anyone talking about this in the streets? Anybody?
honestly, I haven't heard anyone talk about anything. I'm reading.
It's so
Surprisingly, not many come in here. Well, there are those who study for the arcane arts. They come in here quite often, but I can't really. Well, I have tried practicing some myself. It's honestly pretty easy. I don't see why the other guys are having such trouble with it.
weird. Right. Well, they're coming and they have weapons and they are skilled, and I
Okay.
tried talking to the Arkham lineage and they already knew, and they don't seem to be doing anything about it.
You went to the Arkham lineage to. I mean, did you get into a family after you spoke to them? Have you discovered anything cool? Can I write it down? What you have discovered? Please elaborate. What have you discovered? What is your achievement?
Can't tell you right now. The most pressing matter is that we need to defend ourselves against this crusade.
You say crusade by whom again?
Your sanctum.
Tear Sanctum. Okay. And he looks around looking for another book saying Civilizations of the Continent. There. Yep. The TT, that's part 3. There. Yep. Oh, I was reading that already. Removes the ribbon. Tear Sanctum. A bunch of religious fanatics. Boy, do that sound familiar. That could be us. So when you say an army, how big are they exactly?
5 to 10,000 people.
5 to...
It's big.
5...
I'll count that as one.
Yeah, that's one.
5 to...
But you're part of a family. You're part of the Lore Master family now, and we could tell them at least.
Well, to be fair, there's only 2 people in the Lawmaster family. There's me, and then there's an old guy sleeping downstairs.
Oh Lord!
So
I can't believe you left the Graver family. What? Anyway, you still have friends there, right?
I mean, sure. I mean, I know all of them from the time I've been here. Wait, are you saying that I should lead a... I know this word. He looks around looking for a book that could give him the answer. The thing when you call some people to fight for your cause against the general public opinion.
Uprising. Revolt,
An uprising! Yes, that's
coup.
so you want me to start
Rebellion?
that? Oh, so you guys, why are you not working as lawmasters? You would know all the words without looking up in the books. That's impressive. I have so
See,
much
Reginald,
to-
this is why it's more fun to live through the events than read about them.
So you want me to use my former family name to cause an uprising against the better judgment of the nobles of the Arkham lineage who didn't listen to you in the first place? Is that what I'm...
Well, not exactly against the Arkham lineage, but just warn them and spread the word that the crusade is coming and that we need to defend ourselves.
Okay. So, like, how long do we have? Like a few months, half a year?
No,
how long
like
do we have?
maybe a day or two. Yeah, they're at our doorstep pretty much.
How long?
I look
Today?
over to Reginald Poluna. What do you guys think? Few
Help.
days?
2.
That is
No, that
definitely
was 2
two.
mind blowers.
That is definitely 2.
So
Well, if we think about it logically, they're 1 day away. They'll move the entire army systematically up to the gates of the Dampier. Then they'll start sieging the city. There'll be a lot of burning. I mean, you couldn't possibly miss it. I'm thinking like less than half a week. You know,
If it weren't
things should really
happening-
start getting interesting.
if it weren't happening to me or to us, I would totally write all this down. But frankly, right now, I'm considering my options of leaving. I still have my favor to cash in with the Armakim lineage, so I could probably get a boat out of here. I could meet up with Natalie. I could live a good life somewhere amongst the humans.
I'm smelling number 3, Reginald.
I am.
Not yet, not yet.
So you're saying that I should go against my own better judgment and try to. So hold on. What are you trying to gain from this? Do you think we can stand against an army of that size?
No, there's no chance. We are trying
don't
to
know.
prevent bloodshed.
We want to stop it. You know that our numbers are not good. I don't want us to go extinct.
If we get besieged, then we there's only Natalie left. Then she will be the last vampire in the entire continent.
Yep. So I think we need to do something. The Arkham lineage is doing nothing that I'm aware of anyway. I bet they just think they won't get here, and if they do, they'll just be safe behind their walls.
So, what if I cash in my favor with them and ask them to take this threat seriously and like do something about it? Do you think they'll do something?
Maybe.
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 I have a
It's
question
worth
for
a
you
try.
though.
Yeah. Hi. Yep.
You're the law master, yes? You must have plenty of books about the castle.
Oh yes,
Do
many.
you know of maybe like some hidden secret entrances into the basement or anything of the sorts? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, unless you got a shovel and a pickaxe and a few months to dig down and break through the bottom layers, no.
Aren't there
What if
any
you
like
did?
grand stories of people finding secret entrances or something like that?
No, this castle was meant to keep things out, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, I would give it the world to just walk the halls of that castle. Can you imagine doing that and just exploring every room and like?
That would be incredible. Do you think there's a way of doing that?
I mean, you could cash in your favor, and then you probably have like those 5 to 10 minutes to walk about. But
You know.
What is it with these favors? What
when
is
I-
cashing in a favor?
So most of us we just happen to be here from one point to another. We are vampires. We have no recollection of our past, and as a compensation for this, we are granted one favor that, to the best degree that they can fulfill, the Arkham lineage will grant to us as an apology for these circumstances. I don't know what that means, but we don't question it because we get something free, you know. And Valentina and Natalie use this favor to gain a safe passage on a board and rations to leave the city in hopes of proving themselves to gain footing within a family. Others
I see.
don't really use their favor. I mean, some people have been here for a few hundred years at this point, and it's nice to have the favor in case something should happen. Like, you know, can you imagine if we got invaded or attacked and everybody at the same time was like, ha, let's leave, so they all use their favor to get passage on the board to leave? Oh, we should do that. I should use my favor to
To
So, yeah,
leave the comforts of Breakpoint, you think you could manage?
No, but I mean, if the alternative is becoming a Dampier or worse.
Right. Okay, well, I noticed when I was in the castle that there was this mysterious door in the hallway that I couldn't get through.
Okay.
Have you heard about it?
Oh. I would like for you to roll a history check for me on his behalf.
Okay.
Right, you have an
history.
EF!
Oh no, that's not good.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I haven't heard anything about a door, but there is something about at one point the Arkham lineage recruited a lot of learned people, like the people who can weave the arcane, to come to the castle, and they were all granted a favor, even though they weren't vampires, and they had something made in there using this
Really?
bunch of. So
Wizards,
they said
you
that
mean?
they said they tied the this construction to the Arkham lineage, but I have no idea what that means. I'm not learned enough to know what that means.
That's strange. Do you know when this was?
Oh, before our time, before my time, before Manny's time.
Is there anything written about it?
The thing that they set up, that was not for prying eyes. We just know a lot of wizards, and when inquired about, one person used their favor to inquire about it, and all they were told was that it was a magical construct created to provide some kind of. It's a long time ago, and the people who could testify for that are no longer around.
This is getting stranger by the minute.
I think that helps us in some sort of way.
I really need to get through that door.
We really do.
What's behind that door?
Well,
We don't know.
I mean, that's
But
why you
it's
usually want to
something
open the door,
important.
right? Yeah, to find out.
We think it's something important.
I mean, it's in the castle, of course it's important. It could be the treasury. Can you imagine the wealth a family of over 1,000 years could have amassed? Oh,
yeah. Could be something crazy. Okay.
I could try and use my favor to see if I could, like, get to explore the castle. That would be interesting.
There's
with my
no
background.
way they will let you through the door. They're hiding something.
But it's a favor. It's like, isn't that all encompassing? That I can ask for anything? I don't know.
I don't know. It's just, to be honest, they're starting to seem a little shady to me. There's something. They're hiding something.
Whoa! You can't speak like that about the leaders of, and the benevolent leaders of us.
I know, but I just think they're hiding something from all of us.
Okay, well, you're more than welcome to think that, but I don't want to be involved if you're trying to do something. I mean,
Maybe we should leave, Valentina.
Turn in for the night, was it?
Yes. Well, Adrian, can you at least inform everyone you know about the crusade incoming? I want people to have a fighting chance if it comes to that. They're gonna die if they're just caught unaware.
I mean, not many that I know have access to the armory in the castle, but I'll tell them to, the few that I know, to probably suit up and take an extra shift or something. I don't know, that's the best I can do.
I just want everyone to be aware of what's right beyond our walls.
Valentina, you know the people of the city. They only care about living in a society.
Yes.
They live in a society.
A vampire society.
Sorry, that's a bad thing.
So, I'll do what I can. And he begins packing up a few books and put them into a leather satchel. And I need this book, and then I need the one that describes that. And I should probably bring some arcane studies with me. Yeah. And he begins to pack up. And so, are you guys coming? I'm going to lock the door behind me.
Let's go.
Cool. Elf, human, Valentina, good to see you. Let's.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
You too.
I hand Reginald
Goodbye.
10 gold.
I hold out my hand up and I'm walking away.
Luna just scowling, hand you 10 gold. Damn, only made it to 2.
Mm.
Valentina, couldn't you have dropped some more truth on him?
Before I leave, I like squeezes Adrian's hand and I say, "Good. It was good to see you again."
He squeezes it back and has a smile that you have never seen before of excitement. You can't tell if from seeing you or his newly found interest that he is currently holding under his arm that is causing this. But nevertheless, you're finding yourself on the streets. He has locked the door to the library behind him and proceeds to walk off towards the Greyville mansion.
Let's go get some rest, wake up, and I need to grab myself a whole new set of lockpicks.
Yeah, maybe we
Only have
could
the one.
do some shopping before we get invaded.
Okay.
So,
I go into the inn again.
All right.
I follow.
The same barkeep is standing there, just waiting for something to happen, while there still seems to be a persistent queue at the ration handout.
Do you have 3 available rooms?
3 rooms.
I would like one for my
Name was
companions.
Valentina, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And your companion's name, are they vampires as well? I haven't seen them around.
They're with me.
They're not vampires, right?
No, of course not.
They don't see. Okay. But we only hand out rooms for vampires.
Do you have a 3-bedroom?
She looks at you like with questioning eyes. Sure. Yeah. And hands you a slightly larger key. 3rd floor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you proceed to walk up on the 3rd floor. And find a fairly large door that leads into a fairly large chamber that now has cabinets along the walls as well, along with 2 beds, 1 double and 1 single.
Luna just crouches down in a corner and takes a meditative stance. And just says, "Remember to lock the door, please." And then sort of enters meditation.
All right.
I'll lock the door and take the double bed.
I will take the single.
Fit for a queen. Oh, snap.
A bit
Alright.
disgruntled, Reginald will walk in the single.
Anything you guys do before, aside from Luna, Reginald, Valentina, anything you do before turning in?
Oh, I would like to say a prayer.
All right.
I'll hold on to my amulet, my symbol, and I'll say, "Arkham, I'm close, I'm in Breakpoint, and I'm coming to find you."
All right. Lord Reginald, anything on your end?
No, I'll just go lay down.
All right. You turn in for the night. Paluna, during your meditative trance, before you even seem to fade into the dream world, eyes begin to flash before your vision. A harsh whisper in the background of something intangible echoing throughout the dark space. You find yourself In an unfamiliar dream space, you find yourself on a watery surface with ocean expanding behind you. Visibly clear to you, you see yourself standing on the ocean looking in on Breakpoint. And from the water clashing up against the walls of Breakpoint, you see large emerging tentacles wrapping themselves around the edges, breaking off pieces of the wall.
Are there any ships around?
The ships seem to be leaving in all directions.
Luna starts walking after them.
You seem to be walking on the surface, and you seem to catch up as the ship is wrapped around in a tentacle itself, being held in place as you approach it.
Luna takes out the letter opener, or whatever equivalent in the stream, and draws a symbol, and then starts walking towards the next ship. And
Alright.
every ship will have a symbol drawn on it. He won't even really know what it is he's drawing, but there's an unfortunate resonance with whatever is in him here and him, that he truly wants all of these ships gone.
Alright. As you have made the mark on the remaining ship, the tentacle seems to crush in on the ship, breaking its hull, causing a mast to fall over, and as the mast slams down on the ocean, your dream comes to an end. Lord Reginald, you find yourself in a familiar dream space in this vastly lit room, sitting on the edge of a scale where you left off last time with your legs swinging over the edge. This scale is currently tilted in your favor, and you just sit there, looking into the whiteness. No sounds, no voices, nothing else on the other end of the scale, just you in that room. Anything you would like to try?
I will sit there, and after a little while I'll just say, dear, are you there? I'm conflicted.
You suddenly feel the scale tilting massively in your disfavor, and on the other end, you see a familiar face of Priest Iridamus. Wow, that's quite the pickle you've gotten yourself in, huh? You're inside the city walls. I commend you that. Well done. That's quite the achievement. Now, if you could make it easy for us, so we don't have to waste time or casualties, I will greatly reward you when you come home, and you will have gained the highest of favors of achieving this crusade for us. And we'll forget everything else that happened up until now. How does that sound?
It sounds good, but what do you? What is it you want me to do?
Well, if you could rile up these wildlings we had no idea about existed until now, if you could cause them to, rebel or cause a confusion or something that would make it easier for our armies to penetrate and to deal with the core issue, the vampires themselves, immense favor. What do you say?
What is it you going to do here?
Well, we can't have people define the natural cause of death. We need those people to be cleansed, because frankly, justice is that everybody gets to die. No one gets to outlive anyone. And that's just a matter of fact, a matter of nature. And we have to...
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
You're a human, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
And how old are you?
Ooh, don't remind me. I can feel my. I'm kidding. I can't feel my own bones. I got healing magic. So I'm old. You know of the elemental cataclysm. You're not uneducated. I was there. I was a small boy when it happened, but I was getting an opportunity.
So you can see how this sounds very hypocritical. You say people shouldn't outlive other people, and here you are,
Well,
a human being this old. See where I'm going with this?
I tell you what. I will reveal some of my secrets if you help me get into the city. Not me, but, the crusade. If you help us, if you help the Inquisitor get in. Actually, good idea. I will ask the Inquisitor to make a small party of stealthily incapable people to sneak in during the next night to cause some ravage from within the walls. If you can aid us get in, I will reveal a bit of my secrets. Fact is a secret of the world, so to say. It's a small secret, though. It's kind of a big secret. It's something that will give you perspective.
I'll think about it.
Good. Oh, I think I can. Oh, Dorian is trying to make his way in. Should I block him out? Do you want him in? Should I? I will take my leave beforehand, though.
I have some business with him as well.
Oh, all right. Good talking with you, Reginald. Good to see the lad that you're giving it this a good thinking over. Those savages. Oh my! Can you imagine what would happen to the world if they got to run loose? Thank God there are people like us who can keep things in check. And as you say that, the weight begins to tilt and leans into equilibrium as now Dorian stands on the other end.
I just have to cut in here for the hell of it. Because Valentina has a talk with gods every night. I have some kind of fucking Cthulhu murdering me. And this guy's just getting conference calls.
Yep.
Constantly when he's trying to be alone. He's like, yes, my god, I need guidance. And everybody just starts walking in on him.
Yeah. I didn't ask for this.
Boy, this is weird. Reginald.
Hello, Dorian.
Yeah, hi. So, how is your little adventure going? Did you get what you needed?
Yes, we resolved that one issue. Now we have bigger issues. The adventure is going well. How are you?
I mean, I'm being left to my project, and the family is still supporting me despite not wanting to have anything to do with me. So, yes, I'm actually doing quite amazing.
Did you do the thing I asked you to?
Remind me again?
Did you visit our family home?
Oh, the crypt thing.
Yes.
I had a look. And, the crypt definitely seems used more than a crypt should be. But I didn't find anything out of the ordinary aside from being a crypt. Are you trying to, hint at something that I should obviously have noticed, or?
Well, yes, obviously.
The
last time I was there, I saw some horrific images. People getting sacrificed to materialize the artifacts out of them.
Wait, no.
Have you heard of this practice?
Reginald, that for the first time he instead of having his tired exterior, he seems to wake up slightly as if hearing something new, information, intelligence.
They did some sort of ritual, and you know how people can absorb artifacts, right?
But, yeah, I have quite a few artifacts. Yes, they're commonly known to be remnants of the clash between the gods and elementals during the elemental cataclysm.
Exactly.
And
We
we
all know
have
this.
learned to absorb the powers to influence our own capabilities, sometimes on the behest of what the gods were capable of, or elementals, but also at times at our own behest. So you're
Yes,
suggesting
elementary knowledge. Yes,
Yes.
we all know this. Yes.
that...
So the reverse can also be applied. But
No. Hold
yes,
on.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But Reginald, what you're alluding to is completely undocumented knowledge about how we can use artifacts. If this were to fall into the wrong people's hands, and
Well, it already happened, dear brother. Our
You
own family
see-
is responsible for this, and that is why I fled. Do you
you
understand it
see
now?
something start to dawn on him in that moment. That explains how we came to have such large quantities of artifacts. I thought we were just great scavengers of the free elemental grounds, but
Yes, that's what I always believed as well growing up. Until I saw it with my own eyes.
so wait, no. But wouldn't that make anyone a potential product
Yes,
for them?
they could do next time they do it to you. Imagine they find out you know this. That's why I fled, of course.
But why
Didn't
do you
trust them
think
to not do anything to me.
as far as I know, you didn't absorb any artifacts throughout your time in the family because you didn't care about the family business.
I haven't, no.
So why would you run?
Because of the knowledge I have. I'm sure they didn't want that to, get into the wrong hands. I'm sure they would have just, offed me right then and there.
When did you start entering this dream space?
I mean, how long has it been since we've been on this adventure? Since I met Valentina and Polina?
A few weeks at this point.
A few weeks ago. Why? Basically, when I set off on my adventure.
I began having these dreams once I absorbed my first artifact.
Then why would I be able to enter? I haven't done that.
I don't know. This is I need to think about this. This is I like you, Reginald. You're like me, you don't care about the family, but we are a family of intelligence, of study, so I need some time. And he sits down and begins to meditate on the platform, and then he vanishes from sight. And the platform once again tilts in your favor.
Oh well. Just hope he stays safe. That's about it. I'll just sit there, waiting for it to end.
You can't count if it takes minutes or hours, but time seems to pass. And then the dream ends. Valentina, you find yourself in a familiar space, standing before a kneeling figure with their hair draped before their face, their arms stretched out to the sides with chains wrapped around them. Chains dangling, clanking, making sounds, swaying. The vision of the room is limited. You see the pillars, you see the marble flooring with patterns on them. And then you hear his voice. I sense you nearby. Have you returned?
Yes, I have returned.
Come to me.
Are you in the Arkham Lineage's palace, in the castle, or in the basement? Where do I find them?
Use your gifts. Find me. In that moment, you hear two other voices. Thank you. I think we finally understand who you've been talking with this entire time. The dream ends.
What? Was
Your
that
complete-
familiar voices?
This was a male voice and didn't sound familiar to you. The dream ends. You complete a long rest, and a new day dawns. You all come to consciousness around the same time, and look around and notice that Poluna is missing.
What?
Oh no.
And in that moment, Poluna, what have you been up to throughout the night?
Why? I assume I made it to the harbor, of course.
Easily.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
So, all I go and do is find any ship, and when no one's looking and no one's seeing, a hidden place in its bow, on the mast, somewhere nobody sees, Poluna will, as in infinite days, carve a symbol he doesn't really fully understand. And then he'll just leave and start going back, slowly and stealthily, very carefully, to join his party when the morning begins.
When the morning begins and you're looking around in your rooms, not finding Poluna, you hear a knocking on the door. And that's when Poluna opens the door, looking into the room.
Good morning, sleepyheads.
But Luna, where were you?
I was just out and about and seeing things. I don't need to sleep for that long, you know.
Well,
You're
I
so
thought I
lucky.
would We have to get going. They know something. I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
I start getting dressed. Well, I had a dream, and I talked to Arkham, and then I heard another voice saying that. Oh, they said something like, "Oh, that's who you've been talking to this entire time." They know it's me.
They're onto you?
What?
Are they onto you?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And you didn't actively tell them the whole thing.
What do you mean? I tell
I just look at Reginald.
Well, speaking of that, they also know
Oh
I'm
my
in the
God.
city somehow. I didn't tell them,
You know-
I swear.
You know, at this point, Reginald, you'll get used to it, but this is the whole Darkman episode all over again. Beings of great power knowing more than they realistically should. Like that
Yeah,
masked
well-
schmuck.
the Tears
Actually,
people.
not
They
that.
know that you're in here.
Yes, and they asked me to, help them again.
What
I
did
said
you say?
I said I'd think about it. But of course, I'm not going to do that.
Good.
Although it would be quite interesting to learn what secrets he had, but
Oh, really?
never
No,
mind
no, no,
that.
no, no, no. No, no. Secrets he had.
Oh, he said something about secrets of the world. About
Okay, Valentina,
being,
I think we
about
can-
being alive during the elemental cataclysm, stuff like that. So
Well, I don't think
Hold on,
learning those secrets is worth eradicating the vampire race.
no, he just
Besides,
wanted
isn't
to
that-
have a little, like a little
Besides-
infiltration party inside the city, not a full scale invasion. So
Absolutely
maybe,
not.
maybe
Will
it's
lead
not a
to
bad
the
thing
other.
actually. Hmm?
But Reginald, what about this? These secrets, this whole spiel sounds very familiar to one we were given when we liberated Darkmond.
Oh, I
Well,
wasn't
you
there.
went
so.
there, but me and Valentina. So, right. What is it you would be hoping to learn from these secrets?
I mean, any knowledge is valuable to me.
Okay. Do you believe in gods?
Of course, what a silly question.
How active do you believe they are?
I don't know. I think they meddle here and there. Nothing
No,
too
they don't
serious.
meddle here and there. They are unfathomably active and very meddlesome. From what I've
Yes,
understood so far,
this avatar business you were talking about.
yes. Let's assume for a second that there is a subset of people out there who, for some reason or another, have been endued or endowed with so much power that a god lives in them, or basically they've become the representative of a god or a force of nature or something. How hard do you think they are to kill?
I
And
don't know.
how long do you think they'd live?
Well, quite a long time, I would assume.
When was the last time that the King of Eastwatch changed?
I don't know, many hundreds of years.
I've seen him with my own eyes. He's an half-orc. No offense, Reginald. Half-orcs have the lifespans of humans. He's been dead long ago. And I also saw with my own eyes, he's an avatar of a god. I think
Yes,
that's the secret. They dangle it around like it's some kind of tasty bit of meat. But the end result is simply that you come to the conclusion that the gods are interested in the men that are hunting power, secrets, and change in the world, to use that momentum of change for something of themselves.
Well, if Tyr was involved in such business, I would assume it is to bring balance, as that is what they do, so...
The light is tempting. It feels right. Everything the stories tell us. The light, walking into it to see what secret it's holding, hoping that'll give you the solution. Well, you already saw what happened for me with that. Don't make my mistake.
We'll see about it. I'm keeping my options open, but I mean, I'm more worried about the fact that they know what Valentina is trying to do here.
The only
went-
upside...
Don't think we're safe.
Oh, no, we're not. But the only upside about avatars is that they seem to be very interested in actively creating conflict. Opportunities to create heroes.
I see.
If anything, that's almost all they're there for. So,
Well, anyway, yesterday we tried to get through the door. I got caught. They knew I was still in there. They knew I was standing in front of that door. And they wanted me to leave. And then tonight I had a dream where they said, "Oh, now we know who you've been talking to." And that means that the Arkham lineage, they must be aware. Right?
that seems like a sound conclusion.
But why would they do this?
That's right. The same reason any king does anything. Power.
Makes no sense. Well,
Power's never really made sense when you think about it, but having it, it's so intoxicating to so many of us.
they know. Then are they gonna come after us? Maybe not,
Well-
but it's gonna be hard to get in the castle again. Really hard, and we really need to go down there. Really, really badly. And
If
and
only
I
there was some kind of an army we could use to distract them. Filled with holy warriors.
they're not gonna come
Well-
out. Even if they come here, they're gonna just lock themselves in their castle like they always do.
So, just hear me out, okay?
Yes.
Eridamus, he asked me to, help a small party get into the city to, I don't know, do maybe some damage or strike at the center of the city or whatever. What if I were to help them do that, and in the chaos of all this happening, we sneak in and try to find your god? It's honestly not a bad idea, I think.
What if anyone gets killed? And I'm to blame.
No, I
Valentina,
will be to blame.
No.
I fully
I'll
expect
be
a
the
lot
blame.
of people to die in these coming days. I expect there to be bodies in the street. I expect there to be crying, shattered of hopes and dreams, and I expect there to be a war. And
I
all
want-
I know is that the best shot at solving this whole situation is either making sure the vampires fight back or unleashing the god in the basement, from what you've told me.
Yes, and I don't think the vampires are really interested in fighting back. They seem very oblivious to the fact that they are about to be invaded, and I don't think they will listen to anything we have to say about the matter.
Yes, I think that's true. I think
Oh, what better idea do you have? How about I make a deal, I'll help them, and in turn, they shall help us get into the door.
how do you want to do this? Like, do you want to? We can't sneak them in all the way to the inner walls. That would be insane. How would we even do that?
Well,
Well,
considering that I have an idea. Considering that there is an army, and that the Arkham folks aren't really keen on diplomatic negotiations or doing anything at all, why don't you do it? Invite them in, say, yes, in your most noble and self-absorbed way, say, I can, of course, as a noble vampire, invite these people in for diplomatic talks. Just walk them through the front door. Under the pretense of diplomacy.
That's outrageous. I don't know if I can do that. That's inviting the enemy in. I'd betray my whole race. And if they kill anybody? Even if we lose one vampire, that would be devastating.
Don't think you realize what's at stake, Valentina. If we don't do this, all the vampires will die.
Besides,
We have to do
Valentina,
something.
you put on an excellent, how do I say it, persona of ignorance sometimes. Just going through and doing what you want, believing because you believe you can do it. Unabashedly and unapologetically, not asking for forgiveness, but just doing. That is admirable, and that is exactly what we need here. Someone who is absolutely willing to go through, in their own self-interest, do it, and come back again. Everybody would believe you'd be the kind of person to do that.
You really think this is a good idea?
No.
Oh, but it's the only
No, I
idea.
think it's a bad idea, but it's the best of worst, unless you want to go back with my old plan.
I just want to get into that basement. I have to. Especially now.
Yes, so do we. I think this is a way we could try and do that, you know?
Okay. Alright, I'm on board with it, I think. If this is gonna help us get into the basement.
I think it's worth a try. I don't know what else we are doing here.
And besides, I don't think there's anything we can do that doesn't lead to total chaos. Because if we do nothing, that'll be total chaos. All we have to do is, nudge it the direction we want it to go.
Well, how are we supposed to even do this if they show up wearing Tyr's
Oh, we'll
armor
make sure
and-
they are stealthily getting in.
Well, if we're marching them in under the banner of diplomacy, isn't it just, being really obvious about it?
I don't think that's the good idea to do it that way.
Ah,
I think we
fine,
just
I'll
sneak them in and
Well, we could pick them up on a boat and sail them up here.
with what boat?
There's a harbor.
thing.
Want to steal a boat?
Feel like pirateering from these slave-trading, human-sacrificing scum is a noble cause?
I don't know if the waters reach down to where they are.
You can see Paluna just sort of tilt his head, grab some maps. Does any of my maps cover roughly this area? And do I have an idea of how this coastline could go?
No. Nothing that resembles it.
Valentina or Reginald, could you guys fly me really high up so I could get a look at the land?
I don't think that's possible.
Didn't you get a good view from the balcony in the castle?
I was thinking I need to look at the land like a map. I need to go 2 or 3 times the size of the castle, I think. I see that isn't going to work.
I'm still
It's
thinking
just
about how
wherever
we're
there's
gonna.
an ocean. I mean, if we could get them to the ocean, I should be able to navigate to the ocean nearest the camp. That shouldn't be a problem. I know where the war camp is, and I know where we are now. Unless the rivers are truly weird and wild, then it shouldn't be that hard for me. But it would take time.
We don't have time.
Maybe the guys at the Tyr's war camp has an idea. Other than that, it would be a lot of sneaking and making a hole in the wall, or... Oh, wait! I'd sort of lean down my trunk, sort of scramble around for a bit, and take out a big grappling hook and 200 feet of rope. They could climb the walls. You know?
Yes?
Yeah, so we just open them for them. Just knock out a few guards. Shouldn't be a problem.
Vampire guards.
Yes. Just don't kill them, but just put them to sleep.
I'm just
That's-
saying, they
that's a-
might not be as easy as your regular guards.
Oh no, these guys are tough. I've been seeing them out of the corner of my eye all this time up the walls. They're really stealthy.
We'll make a distraction somewhere. Sure, we can figure it out.
Well, the important thing is to not unleash them in the middle of the city. We have to get them into the palace.
Yes. We will specifically guide them towards the palace.
Why couldn't you make a big announcement, spread a rumor that you're going to make an announcement down at one side to the main gate, make sure everybody's watching, everybody's coming, make a lot of noise, preach the whole army is coming, all of that, and we'll quietly on the other side of the city or some place that the guys from Tyr's Sanctum can get to, we'll quietly get them in over the walls using some ropes and grapples.
On which walls? I mean, there's the outer walls and then there's the inner walls to the palace.
I mean, I would say the outer walls to get into the city first. I think these people would know the word restraint if they're skilled enough to get here without flying into a frenzy spat with the first Dampier that crosses their way.
Seems like a lot of work just to get into the basement. Isn't there any easier way we could do this? Can't we just sneak back into the castle and try to break the spell on the door somehow?
Well, the librarian did throw away the line that the magic was tied inevitably to the Arkham lineage. I'm sure it would just be a walk in the park to go in there and, get rid of the Arkham lineage to dispel whatever magic's on that door. That, or...
I mean, I know a few spells I could cast.
Maybe we could, maybe it's tied to the Arkham lineage in the way that, you need one of them to pass through the door. Grab one of the weak Arkhams and slam him against the wall of force and see what happens.
Yes, and for that to work, we need a big distraction. Otherwise, we have all the palace guards on our ass.
Big distraction.
Maybe a riot or an uprising.
Yes, and what better way for a small party of Dear Sanctum Crusaders to enter the city and cause a little upstir.
I like it.
Me too.
We might even be able to point them in the direction of, the dangerous bits.
What about you, Valentina?
It seems like it's the best option we've got at this point.
Oh, and
Right.
Reginald?
Yes.
As far as I understand it, the guys from Tear Sanctums are a bit trigger happy when it comes to willy-nilly going after vampires. Try to make sure they go for the armored personnel and guards first instead of, wantonly slaughtering.
Yes, I'll make sure to mention that in the negotiations.
I don't know about this. I don't want any vampires to die. Especially not by my doing.
And we will try to make that a reality.
I mean, at this point, isn't it really the vampires that are unwilling in Lord Arkham's lineage to do anything about the situation's fault?
Yes,
Is it really
but
your fault?
it's not the palace. It's not the guards' fault. They're just on duty. They don't know anything.
It is not the soldier's fault that he swings the sword. It's not the ruler's fault that he doesn't do anything about the crisis. They say it so often, Powerful ones. Ones in charge. No. They had power and responsibility. They sat upon their high and mighty throne. They tried to decide how the lives of everybody else is. Then they shouldered the burden of doing so as well. If they reneged it or neglected, that's up to them. That is their responsibility. It's what being a ruler means. We have taken a hold of Darkmount. That responsibility falls on our shoulders as well. If these people look away for whatever reason, their averted gaze and unwillingness is their responsibility. Do not go here and believe that it is by your hand vampires are dying today. If they're as powerful and as capable as this Arkham lineage, if they truly wanted to save these people, they would be doing so. They would be doing anything. They are
Inviting the
choosing to do
enemy
nothing.
into the city?
Is that
Like I'm
really not so
backstabbing
different?
them.
Is that so different from ignoring the army at your walls? So it can sacrifice everything between you and it.
Well, they are probably hoping that the Dampiers will take care of the big punch of them.
So,
I think we all
so
know
why are
that's
you
not
so
gonna
worried
happen.
about backstabbing them?
I'm not worried about backstabbing Arkham lineage. I'm worried about backstabbing the other empires.
The guards, the people who swore to protect the Arkham lineage, who will do their bidding, who will oppress
Yes.
and swing their sword.
Yes, the
I don't feel
guards
sorry for them.
and the people just living their lives here.
Do not feel sorry for the oppressor and their tools.
But they are not.
Feel
They're
sorry for the people.
doing their
No, the people-
duties.
The people are innocent. But the oppressor and its tools, you sign up to be a guard, you work for a nation. You're an emblazonment of that nation's will. Do not feel sorry when the sword breaks. Do not feel sorry when the guard dies doing whatever duty it is he wanted to do.
No, I do feel sorry for him. They're not part of the Arkham lineage. They're just on duty. That's all.
Maybe you can
Right,
convince
so-
them to abandon their duty. But as long as they remain on that duty, as long as they hold that duty high, they're fair game. They're a problem we'll have to make our way through. They'll be in our way. And we have to get rid of them. If that means putting them somewhere else where they're not in harm's way, distracting them, killing them, if it gets us to a goal, all is fair game.
Okay. I need to get to Arkham, the real Arkham, no matter the cost.
Exactly. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. We'll probably arrange for something happen tonight.
As soon as possible. We don't have the benefit of time on our side.
Well, kind of
I
do.
didn't get the impression they were ready to strike earlier
Beside-
than that.
Valentina, if they have a stealthy scouting party going in to do a, sneak attack or covert operation, they're not gonna invade on top of that. They're going to try to get that hole they want. It's going to happen on top of it. As a matter of fact, by working with Tyr Sanctum, we're kind of setting the timeline here.
Exactly.
Yes, but I'm talking about the Arkham lineage. If they know that what is going on with me and with Arkham and basement.
Well, yes, that is true.
At this point,
What if I just walk
I
in
assume
there
they
and
are.
ask them if I can go to the basement? You think they'll let me?
I like the idea, but the answer's no. Unless, they've prepared a heinous trap that...
Yeah.
don't
You
really
would
want
you
to
would
think about
be
that.
walking into probably not a good situation. You might not make it out if you do that.
Alright.
I will send a message and we'll see what happens there. Okay?
Okay.
Also,
Maybe
do
they can
inform
strike
them-
now. Maybe at night.
Also, Reginald, try and, get them to decide which way they want to approach. By harbor through a wall or what they're capable of.
Yes. I will hold out my necklace
All right.
and I'll say to Eridamus, I've thought about it and let's make a deal. Can we talk?
Good. I'll see you in your dreams. And that's where tonight's episode is gonna end. So,
Boo!
you guys are setting up for quite some elaborate plan with things that can unfold.
Yes, I'm sure everything will go exactly according to plan.
Absolutely, like they always do in D&D.
Can't we
Yes.
play for 6 more hours, please?
Sure, if you call in work for me tomorrow and say that Miki can't show up because he's
Yes.
busy prepping 20 potential battle maps and help. Cool. We have some.
It's funny, getting possessed as Prune has breathed some new life back into this character for me.
Nice.
Yeah, what the hell? How are you suddenly disappeared in the night? The fuck?
Well, I knew there was something going to happen at some point, so yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
See where this leads. I like it.
So now you're
Interesting.
fighting Tyr Sanctum, you're fighting the Arkham lineage, you're fighting Tyr Sanctum and Arkham lineage using Tyr Sanctum, and you're also fighting Poluna, who's stabbing you in the back at the same time, and then you're freeing Arkham or killing Arkham or send. Yeah, everybody's stabbing
Wait, who's
everybody.
killing
in the back.
Arkham?
No,
Yeah,
please
you're
don't stab
killing
us in
Arkham.
the back, Poluna.
You're basically all standing in a circle with everybody pointing a sword at the next person's back.
Mexican stand-up.
Oh god.
So,
I feel like we found ourselves in the middle of that circle. Like everybody's pointing guns at each other, and we're the only ones who are not pointing guns. We're just like trying to no, shoot that guy, shoot that guy.
I'm pointing a fireball at everyone.
you just pointed at the floor. If
Exactly. Straight in the
nobody
middle.
behaves, nobody exists. Okay.
Blowing everyone up.
Oh my god. Well,
Well, that's fun. Thank you.
a bit of a political endeavors and setting up for some events, and surely
Yeah.
this won't be like a 5 to 8 hour battle scenario next time, right?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Damn, I really want to go back into that castle. That was
We
such
will.
a cool map.
Yeah.
You guys have.
I really
many-
want. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to have a fight so I can start playing with some of the new toys you've given me.
Yeah, there are some interesting things in there. For a moment, I thought you were going to take your mirror's image place and just swap to the other side of the wall and just stand
I
there.
was thinking about it
Maybe you
for
should have.
so long. No,
Hmm.
because I didn't have an escape plan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little too risky. What if
Like-
it opens on the inside, you know?
Sure.
Paluna was
Why not?
already saying, "Oh, these people probably know we're here. Let's drop stealth." The
Hmm.
second, like, you were sent out so quickly.
And I was like
Yeah.
busy
I think
looking through all my like 100 spells to see if anything would work on the door. And there might be, I just have too many spells.
It's one of
Oh.
those scenarios where you enter some person's home and they're so powerful that you don't care if you're picking with their things, because if you get too close to something they don't want you to, then yeah, things will
I was
happen.
thinking about casting knock, but that would make a lot of sound.
Doom, doom, doom. in those massive halls where we just
Exactly.
echo throughout everything.
Thought it would
Yeah.
be a bit too obvious.
Mm. Just imagine Paluna fighting with the door about that lockpick and you just walk over. Doom, doom.
Uh, Speaking of us leaving the castle and that whole lockpick situation, I fucking love that the guy tried to stab me down. It's like, there's exactly one of us that represents the Eldritch Horror in this room, and it's not you.
It's like, stop fiddling with that. Okay, never mind. You fiddle with whatever you want to fiddle with. Yep, it's fine. But you can't see any facial expressions on a full plate helmet, so it's like you just guess what they reacted to. And
Dude, I sleep with literal nightmare eyes staring at me. Winning in a staring contest against Paluna at this point is basically impossible.
you have stared into the abyss. Yeah, that is some funky things, and where you're going to take that character with that and what's going to unfold will be very interesting to see. In the same way that Reginald is having a conference call with family members, with
Yeah,
potential avatar, and
everyone's welcome to join.
yeah. Next time Valentina shows up.
Valentina just shows up and is like, really, Reginald? I was in my basement.
Yeah. And what sways that whole platform back and forth? And and what is Valentina gonna dream about if she concludes her Arkham story arc? Oh no!
Starts
This is
having
just
I know
another-
she's going to go insane, and she's going to be dreaming about Arkham's asylum.
what the fuck?
God. Yeah, that's-
Maybe I could
That's
just have a
impossible.
normal dreams.
yeah, you dream about your pony jumping around in tall grass, chasing butterflies.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, didn't you guys get that reference?
Yeah, Arkham's Asylum, Batman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if all of Breakpoint is an asylum? Everybody in there is just arranged. They all think they're vampires and just walking
Mate, I
around.
was about to say, and next session is King in Yellow campaign, because that's basically how that starts.
Oh no.
You have like, so if we're ever going to play that, this isn't going to be a spoiler. You have a wild nightmare sequence as episode 1, and then you wake up with no memories. And turbo debuffed. That's it. That's how that campaign starts. It's wild.
Yeah. I don't know. Or it could also all just be a false Hydra.
Oh hell no!
Oh hell no!
Don't do that. Don't say this.
The entire continent is just a false Hydra. Yeah. You are actually
God.
fighting the continent right now. Good luck. So, I have some prep work to do for next session.
Yep.
That's gonna be interesting. I kid, I already had it all prepared.
Sorry.
Anyway.
Don't lie, you're a DM. I know
You don't
better than
prepare
that
anything.
statement.
I shouldn't say too much then. Okay.
Well, thanks for the session. Good one.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the session. It was good playing some D&D again, and I hope you all have a
Hey.
great Easter. And I'll see you guys the next Tuesday, Thursday.
We're playing next Thursday. I think that's like a red day or whatever.
Yeah, that's another holiday, right?
Is it?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I hope not.
I hope not.
Oh, wait.
I see. No,
It better not be another fucking.
No,
What? No, I definitely didn't gaslight you all into thinking that it would be fine.
no.
Oh.
What?
No.
So the next time there's a holiday on Tuesday is March the 29th. No, May the 29th. Not March. March is last month.
Oh,
Man, March is like so last month. You know what I mean?
God, I wish I didn't. Right. That's not something big deal. Surely people don't gather on that specific holiday and eat stuff together and pretend to be a family.
Mate, I got my like big family time socializing out of the way this Easter. I have negative plans to go do anything on that day.
You can use that as an excuse to cancel any future plans with your family. Now, remember that Easter dinner we had? Yeah, no, I'll skip this one.
Look, to be fair, I did get it cancelled, okay? I was like, okay, we'll not do like huge dinner tonight because we're doing like huge family dinner this Sunday. Is that okay with you guys? I know you want to cook with me, but can we wait on this? Then they were, yeah, and then, you know, it didn't happen anyways.
Aw.
Then I spent the day running 16 kilometers instead and damaging my foot.
That seems...
See what happens when you don't play D&D? Damage your foot.
You can either get damaged in D&D or get damaged in real life. Think before you choose.
Oh shit.
All right. I'll be jumping off. You guys take care, and I'll see you next
Yep.
Thursday.
Yep.
See you around.
See ya.
See ya. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next week.